The pillows are fluff thanks to Miss Emily. The couch is wide enough, join the family. It's all love while we laugh at Perk's criminalities. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup at hey, hey, hey. Come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough. Oh, please, the puppies need me. Ooh, oh, please, my body is rejecting none of that fancy credential stuff. I'm just here for the cringe binge. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup and hey, hey, hey. Come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough. Oh please, the puppies need me. Oh please, my body is rejecting none of that fancy credentialed stuff. I'm just here for the cringe binge. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup that hey, hey, hey. Come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough.
Hello, Sofa Squad. How is everybody doing? Hello, hello, hello. Drop a number one if you can hear me pretty please, because we got to get all of our little stuff here worked out before the trial gets going, because you already know it's going to be drama. Okay. I hope everybody's doing well. And okay, we got some ones there. Hello, Emily. How are you? Hey, Shayna. Hey, Tux. Hey, Tori. Hey, Elizabeth. Hey, Brenda. Amy. Courtney. Stuck on Strings. Lisa. Sandy. I hope everybody's doing a little louder. Oh, wait, hold on. Please hold. Please continue to hold your call. It's important to me. Wait, I did that, but let me come over to this one and do this. Okay, hold on. This is why we get going early. Now, also, I'm kind of talking my quiet voice because there's people like next door to me and everything. So I probably am naturally kind of speaking a little bit low. Volume. Choose where to play sound. And the microphone. No, it's at 100. And wait, hold on. Let me make sure that this is working. Is this on? Does this sound louder when I do like this? Microphone, wireless microphone. Yeah, I've got all my volumes turned up. Let me make sure this is turned up. Yeah, they're all turned up. That was louder. Okay, so for whatever reason, also let me do this. Let me turn this fan off, this fan on. And then let me get this here for my back. Let me get this here for this. Yeah, it could be because I'm talking lower. Now I just turned the big fan off. So that could be it right there. Let me get back over here. So boom. But we'll see as we go. Now, again, what I'll do is once the trial starts, I really don't like talk over it or whatever. So we'll kind of see there. Yeah, no, all the dogs are at home. Yeah, except for Roscoe's pillow back there. Okay, so what I want to do real quick now is I want to play some kind of volume over here to see how it comes across or whatever, because I'm doing my earbud like this. So let's experiment with this real quick. Please hold. Okay, wait, let's not do that one. We're going to do a real test one real quick.
Hi there, everybody.
Okay,
thanks for tuning into this special edition of Courtroom Insider. I'm Nate Eaton, And today we are going to break down the appeal that has been filed in Lori Vallow Daybell's Idaho case.
Y'all can hear him.
This
So
was
does it sound
filed
okay?
May 30th of
This is gonna be different when we
2025,
get to the other thing or
just
whatever.
a week or so ago.
But I just want to
And it
can
came
hear him.
more than 2 years after she was convicted of killing her 2 children in
It's
Idaho,
really good.
JJ
You know how it
Vallow
has
and
a
Tylee
background.
Ryan.
Maybe I should look.
She was also
I'm going
convicted by that same jury of killing
okay,
Tammy
let me get
Daybell,
back to
the former wife of her husband, Chad Daybell, along with some other charges, including grand theft involving insurance. Now, this took 2 years for this appeal to get processed and filed and finally hit the docket. That's not unusual. This was a very serious case.
Oh. Okay, there we go. Now let me do this. I'm going to come here and do this. Then I'm going to come back over to Nate. I'm going to go escape. I'm going to escape, Nate. And then I'm going to come over here to, that's Hidden True Crime, East Idaho News. There we go. We're going to go with boom. We're going to make it bigger. Okay. Now, here we go. Then I'm going to do like this. Okay. We can see it when it comes on. Pardon me, all the stuff. He's a lot louder than you. Okay, cool. Well, yeah, I just wanted to test it out. I don't know how, when people can get their things on the same par as like the other thing, I don't know. That's beyond my capabilities. One day on the grand sofa, maybe. But also, I try not to talk once the court thing gets going, anyways, or whatever. So, pardon me. So, anyways, how is everybody doing? Oh, thanks, Brenda. Yeah, now what I'll do is, I mean, obviously, like when I do live chats, I wanted to try doing a live chat over here like this. Hold on, Tori says you need OBS and audio splitting for it. Tori would be the one to be able to, Tori's fancy like that. Tori is fancy. She knows how to do it. I forget about this. Yeah, like when I do live chats and stuff like that at home, obviously the boys will be there. But yeah, I wanted to try and do it from the office today because I had all this other stuff to be doing. And so I was like, I'm gonna come straight from here just to kind of see how it goes too. In my world, I was like, if it's cheap and tawdry, I'll just go home at the lunch break and go over there, right? So yeah, anyways, I'm doing good. I appreciate it, Amanda. I hope you are. And thanks, Kitty Cat. So Amy says, any news why the courtroom was cleared? Oh, let's go to Twitter. Hold on. Oh, thank you, Vamp. I just hit the gym this morning. Okay, where are we at? We're going to Twitter. Let's make sure this is correct. Yes. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go to the deets. Let's go to the deets. Shooby dooby dooby. Okay. Let's see here. Where is our go-tos? We are looking for Mr. Let's just go our little friend Nate. Okay, yep. Okay, so I'm gonna read a couple of tweets and whatnot before we get started. Oh wait, Brenda says, I got my new job. Thanks for the well wish. Oh, that's awesome, Brenda. That is awesome. That is major. Congratulations. I hope you're enjoying it. Okay, so Nate says back in the courtroom for day 3 of the Lori Vallow Daybell's Arizona trial. Gilbert Detective Ryan Pillar will be back on the stand this morning with Maricopa County Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Trina Kay questioning him. Brandon and Jenny Boudreau are in the courtroom. Boudreau are in the courtroom with other family members. Kay Woodcock is there. 18 minutes ago, the judge has cleared the courtroom. We are headed outside to the lobby. 6 minutes ago, unsure what the issue has come up, but Judge Briscoe will likely explain once we're allowed back in. There ain't no telling what Lori has done, y'all. Ain't no Ellen. Oh my gosh. Have you ever? Oh yeah, that's right. It's Aksha. Thank you. There's no telling what's gonna. I swear, every day is gonna be this, y'all. Every day it's gonna be something. I think didn't I make the title what will she do next of this or something like that? I forget what I said on it. I should know, but my gosh, it's been one of those days. But literally, that's my whole thing. Is I'm just like every day it's going to be something. Hey Chrissy, how's it going? Hey Jessica or Jessa. Boo, I see you. What's up, Share Bear? I hope everybody's doing good. Calm pups, we like that. Okay, Kate. I know, right? So we're in a holding pattern. We're circling the airport right now. I tell you what, I just think that hold on one second. Well, let me cover this up live. Wait, let me mute it. Hold on. If Lori had not have done this, the crimes, like say she was just like out there in the open, I'm pretty sure at this point we would have seen her on TikTok going viral as like one of those like Karens out in the wild kind of things where people like someone's having a meltdown on some, poor worker or someone in line, or you know what I'm saying? Like one of those kind of videos or whatever. Yeah, Murdoch had the bee scare, yeah. Yeah, I hope she's gonna teeter, y'all, on the opening the door stuff for all the other stuff. I thought the same about Boone. Oh, 100%. Boone would have been okay. Did y'all ever see the one in the Victoria's Secret that woman went off and she was like on the floor screaming and crying, and the woman recording is like, what do you, like, I don't know what she was saying, but she kept approaching the woman recording saying, stop doing that. It was like this meltdown. Okay. That would be Sarah Boone. That would be Sarah Boone level. I feel like Lori's meltdown would be more like a throwing object at fast food worker vibe, right? Not saying one's better or worse than the other. Lori strikes me as throwing object in that direction. You know what I mean? Like, so we see her at the Burger King throwing the cup at the worker, turning around and leaving, that kind of thing. Thank you. Thank you, NRH. Yeah, totally. So yeah, totally. That word you just used, Jess, is self-entitled. Oh, Katie Cat says there was a viral Walmart lady doing a meltdown at her local Walmart. Here's my thing too, and this is one thing with the internet. Hey, Crafting, I hope you're doing well. Yeah, Crafty says throwing someone else's order at the worker. 100%. You got the order wrong. Life is over. So you know how it's like you watch. This is what I do, and I don't know if y'all can relate to this, but you watch TikTok, whatever it is we're watching, right? And you see these things, but then you go out in the real world to your local Walmart. Now, Katie Cat, you have a different experience with it, your local Walmart, but I'm just saying in general, I rarely see people ever acting. It's very rare to see that, but the internet would have you think that this is all day, everyday behavior by everybody. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's just because stuff like that is rewarded. So the algorithm pushes it out there because it's like, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy. It's viral. It gets your attention. It's rage bait. It's whatever. So you would look through here and be like, oh gosh, just Walmart's full of people melting down. But it's just like, no, I did see, and I told Matt when this happened, I was like, we're witnessing one of those viral moments. I don't know what the circumstances were for this, but do y'all know what Fresh Market is? Do you know what I'm talking about when I say Fresh Market? The grocery store, the kind of like high-end boutique grocery store, but it is a chain. Okay, so there's one here in Raleigh. This is very hard to explain, okay, but I'm going to try to. So I'm coming out, and there's a couple that was in the store. I'm guessing from the accent and the when I heard them talking that they were Nigerian. Okay, man, woman, she had the baby and the thing. I don't know what they're called, where you do the wrap or whatever. So they're shopping, doing their thing, whatever, right? They come out. So like, I see them, whatever, and then later I'm coming out, and I see a car parked in their lane. Like, so like the park, here's cars, but then there's one as if a car's abandoned in the middle thing or whatever. They are in a handicapped spot. There's a woman next to them in some spot, and they're putting boxes like in This woman's putting boxes in the couple's car. Another woman has stopped her car here, gotten out of it, and has gone to the Nigerian couple. And all I hear is saying, hello, hey, you, like trying to get her attention. There's 100%, like the quick look. That's how I was like, they probably don't speak like any English. They're probably kind of like, what's going on with this lady or whatever. So basically, the lady was saying something about a handicap spot. And the woman, she had gotten out of her car, was essentially waiting and forcing these people to get out of the spot. I did not see a handicap thing in the woman who was getting out of the car, nor did I see anything with the couple. But it was like a confrontation with the woman who was putting something in their car who could speak English. Right. And then another person came up because it was almost like this person had chosen to stop her car and police the situation. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is going to melt down. Right. And this is recent. That's why it's coming to my mind. Now, again, I'm like this. I'm like, I don't know I don't know if anyone was allowed to park in the handicap spot or if that's what she was doing. The woman who seemed to have a problem with it didn't have a handicap thing hanging in her thing, but maybe she hadn't put it out yet. But she was well enough to get out and police the situation. It was crazy. Okay. But long story short, that was the closest thing I can think of in years to one of those moments going down in person. You know what I'm saying? And so Kitty Cat says, oh my God, the handicap park police like call the cops, don't confront people over parking spot. I do not. My thing is this, in this day and age, I'm not going to be confronting people over stuff. Right. I'm like, no, thank you. I'm not interested. No, I don't want, no. You know what I'm saying? But also I sit here just like I'm sitting here saying, well, I don't know if they had this or they had this or they had that. You never know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? And so unless it's somebody going off, like here's this scenario, but even then I'm like, what do you do in this? I've never actually been in this. You're a witness to one of the Karen situations where the person is going off on a worker. Crafton says, I have a handicap placard. I need it. I talked to the manager of the business, asked him to call. 100%. 100%. That's what that's the direction, right? Because people that I know that have that, the placards or whatever, I can remember one time, I was young, y'all. Because she thought we were served before her. I mean, really, oh my God, that's terrible, okay? So we do have stuff actually in the courtroom, but it's just the things on. When I was a little kid, my grandmother, she was hardcore arthritis, what's it called, rheumatoid arthritis. So she was like in a wheelchair, the whole 9 yards. So here we go. Okay. Oh, you see how it looks? She said, let's see if I get kicked out. She said, we're going to see how today goes. I cannot make any guarantees, y'all. Okay. But long story short, my grandmother, she had, 100% situation. So my mom would take her car and drive her somewhere and put the thing, she had the thing or whatever. I forget what it was, but it was like my mom would park the car and like get my grandmother to where she would get my grandmother to where it was, then go park in the handicap and then come back up. You see what I'm saying? So it's almost like you're pulling up to the curb or whatever. A dude called the cops on my mom because he was like, she doesn't need that. And it was like, but we're with somebody who's like, yeah, 100% needs this. You know what I'm saying? It was drama. That's my
parties are present. The jury's not.
Here we go. I'm muting myself.
Yes, second. Do you have the thing up where you can seal the lock the FTR? All right, we're gonna do a sidecar and then I'll have the lock. All right. I think because of the number of people I need to talk with, I'm going to do a sidebar up here. Come on up.
Y'all, what could it be? See, y'all see Melissa says, and Melissa, thanks for the update. Nate just tweeted the Department of Corrections was at sidebar too. Oh, honey, she's got herself in some trouble. Crafting on the floor. See, that's my thing, is where when that's what ticks me off with things, is it's like when somebody's telling someone to prove their disability or whatever, that is a whole other level of rage. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, and I felt like the situation I saw outside Fresh Market was just that. Because I was like, I can't see if these people have the placard in their thing. And the lady who has taken it upon herself to stop and get out, the way that the whole situation went down, I was like, I know she's not seeing that either. So she's just seeing them do this, but we don't know what's going on with them. You know what I'm saying? So it's almost like, prove something to me. And I'm like, no, that's not how this works. That's not how this works. Okay, y'all, here we go. Priscilla says he pushed the car out of space. Oh, Lord. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Wait, here we go. Hold on. Oh, no, man. Come on now. Yeah, some drama popped off overnight. Oh, I love that crafting. It was hair. Marilyn says, I wonder if it was hair wash day. She'd been scrambling all morning, y'all, after breakfast, getting that hair done. Yeah, see, NRH brings up an excellent point. Some people have disabilities you can't see, like veterans with complex PTSD, etc. Yeah, 100%. That's the thing. And again, like when I see somebody doing that in public, I'm just like, trying to like pop off or whatever on somebody else, or whatever the situation is. It's like, do y'all not watch like social media at all? Like you can't just like the things that people will confront people over in public these days. I'm just like, it's a different world out there now. Oh, I haven't seen the pink spaces. Do they do that now? What state do you live in, Jennifer? Oh, yeah, yes, Emily, thank you. Look. So, so if you can read the screen, so Emily put out there today, we remember that Tylee and JJ were found in Rexburg 5 years ago today. My God, right? I wonder if Lori is self-aware of that date. Dee Dee says I'll limp a bit to avoid the Karens. Seriously. Yeah, Emily said brings up a good point. Fibromyalgia here, it's an invisible illness. Absolutely. Ontario, Canada. Okay, hold on. They're meant for pregnant ladies and families with little children. Oh, that's nice. I like that they're pink too. It makes it obvious. Yeah, pregnancy spots. Oh, that's cool. She found a pill for Idaho. Is that what it is, Jessica? Yeah, we met 5 years ago. Hey, Jason, how's it going? Hey, Wicked Beekeeper. Oh, I like your name, Wicked Beekeeper. So, side note, I went back to college in my 30s to get my bachelor's. Hold on one second. Okay. And so this is NC State. NC State's like what's a major engineering school, but it's also like a big like agricultural farming college or whatever. So anyways, they had a beekeeping class. And so I was like, I can take this for, one of my things or whatever. To this day, it gives me goosebumps. First of all, Dr. Nacoste, his classes were life-changing in the beekeeping class. his classes were life-changing on like a spiritual, intellectual level. The beekeeping class was the most interesting class I have ever taken in my life. It was so cool. I loved every bit of it. We got to do the things where we went out and had bees land on us, but learning about bees and nature and what they do, and then going out there and doing that, I loved every bit of it. Oh, so all these people who went back to school later, I thoroughly agree with, it's never too late to learn. It keeps your mind fresh. I would 100% be going back to college now with something geared towards like this, whether it's journalism, whether it's lawyer, whether it's psychology, if it wasn't like crazy expensive, you know what I'm saying? I would 100% be pursuing another degree. Yeah, and the time. Yeah, Katie Cat. And Crafting brings up a good point. She says, I went back to school later too. I appreciate it more as an older person. 100%. 100%. Thanks, Tori. That was the thing too, like going, because I hated school when I was young, y'all. I hated school. I mean, hated it. And yes, string cheese. I got my degree in English and creative writing, though you couldn't tell with my my grammar skills. But going back later, it changed. Going back to school changed my life, 100%. And I had a different appreciation for it. I actually learned. I could appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? And I saw where it's like, oh yeah, these kids that are going, I mean, granted, they're doing the thing like you're supposed to do, right? I'm getting out of school, I'm going to this, and blah, 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 whatever. They didn't care, most of them. It's like I get it too, right? I get it. Crafton says, as a teenager, I've majored in the football team. I get that 100%. I feel you on that, right? Helen says, I love learning. I love learning. Look, yeah. That was my thing. Yeah, I hated high school. Heather says, I got my master. Wait, where'd you go? Master at 39. I was the mom of my graduate class. I know what was funny is like, this is what was so interesting. And another thing, I think this is why college is so good. Like when I say made friends, like acquaintances with people who you just wouldn't think, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, I mean, we're not friends, like, but we're Facebook friends. And I mean, like when this one young lady, sweet, she was an only child. And so she had that only child and very serious about her studies. She's in my Spanish class. And she just had a baby. And not then, but now. And she, kind of almost like befriended me, like, hey, do you, I'm studying for this. We sat near each other. And we would study together. We meet, and it was so cool. And she was such just, she's been so successful. But when you're older like that, I think the younger kids, I mean, I call them kids, but the young adults, whatever, I feel like it's not like they want a parental figure, but it's something like that. You know what I'm saying? And especially I find this with only children where they're kind of used to being around adults or whatever. And so, yeah, I would end up kind of being like, not the dad, but maybe the gunkle, you know what I'm saying? Of the whatever. But one of the things too, that I also noticed, wait, hold on. There is much more serious than I had. Yeah. And some people, my hat's off to people who can bring that kind of level. They're 18 in high school doing well, whatever. I didn't. Hey, Amy, how's it going? I wasn't meant for that at that time in life. I had other lessons to be learning. Yeah, Justin says, I'm finishing my master's. Wait, where'd you go? But swapped to creative writing. Yeah, that's awesome. I was 19, I tried psychology degree, but failed because I like being in the bar too much. I mean, just getting a doctorate there. That's awesome. I'm a little behind with a graduate degree. Wait, hold on. Let me go up here. And so sorry, I'm a little behind, but a graduate degree isn't that many credits. I'm about to finish mine at 46, and it's taken me a long time. But at a public university, not been much money. See, and that's what I want to look into, because what I had done, I was going to go for my master's. And originally I was going to get an MFA, but then like I started getting panicky because I was like, okay, Paul, what are you truly gonna like? What are you doing here? So then I was like, I'm going to get a licensed clinical social work degree. And I went and applied and got accepted at NC State for it, but no scholarships. And so I was like, and I basically was like, I know, you know what I'm saying? And so then life happened. You know what I mean? So now, having done that, which I will say with the creative writing and research and all that, with doing YouTube stuff, 100%. Like, use that every day. Love it. Love that journey. You know what I'm saying? But now that I'm doing this more and more, I'm like, oh, wow, that'd be cool to like get something focused, like a master's in something, right? What would that be? I don't know. I feel like if I tried to do journalism, like pretend this, y'all, pretend that I was like, I want to be a lawyer or journalist, and they looked at my YouTube, they're like, we can't let you in here. You've broken so many rules just on that one video. You know what I'm saying? They'd be like, you broke too many rules just on the Sarah Boone trial alone. We've already barred you from the bar. You didn't even got the bar yet, right? You're done. Go home. Like, I legit have fears of that, of like, I sitting here thinking, like, you know, you walk yourself through a situation. I imagine myself in like a journalist class and then looking at my thing and being like, are you serious? You could never do that. Like, you are breaking so many rules. You see what I'm saying? Which, I mean, hey, you live and learn. So String Cheese says, considering going on creative and professional writing, I think if you do, how do you do it? You should talk to ChatGPT about for. Oh, that's a good idea, Anne. I'll add. You know what? I forgot about that. Kate brings up a good point. If you're really breaking the rules, your channel would be down. I mean, this is true. Thank you. Thank you for reality check. Oh, hold on. Let's go look M3. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if if ice breakers on classes of day one? So they pretend I'm like Sofa Squad, I'm going for my journalist thing. And so I get in there and they're like, okay, we're going to do the little thing you do on the first day. And when they came around to me, if I was like, hello class, my name's Paul. I'm clearly an older student. I invented Post-its. After class today, I'm going to go get a businesswoman's lunch. What kind of business you girls in? And I invented Post-its. But you could do that just to see who the cool people are in the class, because you know one or two would know, especially with the age difference of that. Like for me, like whoever in that classroom got that, I'd be like, you are going to be my classroom partner. You are the cool one in here. Right? Okay, hold on. I invented Post-its. Oh, I even feel old now, like, because I'll say stuff like, at this job that I worked at, we had to do these palm things to do people's palm vein skin or whatever. And so, like, the little, you know how, like, if you do a job, you find like a little routine that you say something over and over and over or whatever. Okay. So for this, it would be like, people are like, what is this? I've never seen this. And I would always be like, oh, yeah, it's like really Star Trek-y. But then it started striking me like the younger people were, they'd be like, huh? And I'm like, oh my God, these people don't know what Star Trek is, or they don't get my take on it's Star Trek-y. You know what I'm saying? I was like, wow, this is scary. But yeah, let me go look at the things. I know, right, Heather? I love that. I guess there's a, hold on. Lori got herself in something, y'all. She got something. Okay, let's see what Nate's saying. Hold on. Please hold. Okay, with Nate, so I'm not going to spoiler alert it, but he is reporting like from a minute ago what's going on the stand. "26 seconds. So yeah, we just had they'll be coming up here any time, and they're gonna have the dude on the stand. Imagine if remember the whole Manson thing where the women like all of a sudden just shaved their heads and kind of did all that stuff. Imagine if Lori did that, like in protest. I'm gonna go over here and do that thing you were talking about. I think Ann said it about the chat GBT. Wait, I guess so. So y'all help me out here with this real quick. I mean, I could just add chat video. Hold on. So it says here, so I'm reading, I'm in the other screen asking ChatGPT about how to live my life from here on out. It said just give up. It said just stop. So I asked it, I said, I have a bachelor's in English creative writing. What kind of thing can I do or whatever? And for journalism. And it said, where is it? An MA or MS in journalism, having that thing or whatever is great. Prepares you for this. Good fits. UNC Chapel Hill, Columbia, NYU, and USC, MA in Media and Communication. Oh, wait, let's go down here. Focuses on theory, analysis, and societal impact of media. Ideal if you're in media research, policy, PR, teaching. Okay, example, boom, boom, boom. Oh, NC State does that. Okay. MFA in creative nonfiction. We've already done that. Although, I mean, this is kind of narrative journalism, but that's like way far away. MA in digital storytelling, emerging media. Often your American University. Okay, now this is interesting. So MA in digital storytelling, emerging media covers multimedia journalism, social media strategy, and digital first platforms, often geared towards newsrooms, independent creators, and digital campaigns. Now, I don't know if that's like real, you know what I'm saying? Oh, that's good. Okay, yeah. Oh, yes, and iconoclastic. I can't pronounce. How do I say your name? iconoclastic flow. I have thought, you know what, that's a good idea. I know, see, whenever I sit here and start going and reading all these, okay, cool, I got it, cool. Whenever I sit here and start reading like all these classes, I want to take them all. They're so interesting, right? I mean, what is going on here? Let's come over here. No, it's still that way over here too. I said a shoo-ba-doo. A shoo-ba-doo, doo-ba-doo, ba-doo, ba-doo, ba-doo. Shoo-ba-doo, be-doo. Oh, sweet. Oh, Sandy says, my 12-year-old grandson is a crazy talented artist. He's being published in our local newspaper. I told him I'm writing my life story and we bonded over. That is so cool, Sandy. What a nice story that is. Oh my gosh. That is amazing. I bet you were just proud as can be. Lord have mercy. Oh, Mammy Bell says, my dad did an accredited online master's program, let him create his own master's degree program. That sounds really cool. Bandit says, I did the community state college as fast as I could due to being in single. Yes, amen. Let me tell you what. So when I went back to school, I did 2 years in what do you call it, community college, and then transferred over to you know, this, whatever you call it, like the 4-year college. And loved every bit of it. Loved every bit of it. It made it so much more easy to get like that stuff out of the way. Ooh, criminology would be so cool, okay? I would love that. That's another good one. Imagine, okay, so imagine if you go back to school, like say I went back and true crime's going back for cybersecurity and computers just because the GI Bill from the Navy. Oh, that's awesome, true crime. So you go back and pretend it was for that thing I just said over here. Let me go read it again. The Emmy in digital storytelling covers social media strategy, whatever, independent creators, digital campaigns, blah, 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 blah. Or this long form story. Basically, imagine if your thing was to do like where if like say for your, and I'm making this up, I don't know if it's right, but for your thesis, you did like a massive true crime documentary, that kind of a thing. Like say, because obviously that's how it would apply here. You know what I'm saying? By RDNAC. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, that's so cool, Jennifer. That sounds interesting. Bandit says, I'm degreed in graphic arts and printing production management, but spent most time working and making guns. Oh, that sounds really interesting, Bandit. I know. Brenda says, I always wanted to be a crime scene expert like CSI. I know. That's one thing, that show Dexter, it's coming back. They're doing a like he's coming back or whatever for another season. Cannot wait. Okay, cannot wait. And paralegal is another thing. Dee Dee says, my husband went back and graduated with a degree in paralegal. He's 52. That's another thing I've thought about too. Oh yeah, that is true, Flood. That's a good point too. Oh, Jessica says Amazon does a lot with cloud security and chat GPT/AI, so I'm taking advantage of their tuition assistance. I love that. String says, I got 2 associate degrees because I love community college so much. Not a Brier, I just loved it. Let me tell you what, I met, because remember, I was like in my 30s when I went there. So my professor, who honestly shaped and it gives me goosebumps. She was my first English professor. I'm still friends with her. She's coming down from Vermont, I think maybe in a couple of weeks or whatever. She's thinking about moving down here. She really formed my pathway into education or whatever. One of those you will always remember that human being kind of a thing. You know what I'm saying? And she was at the community college. One thing I liked about community college is that it was mostly working adults and young people too. But I mean, still adults, just younger adults, let's say. But it was like they were there to do something and like, let's go. Yeah, you did run into some people who took it like a joke, but you know, whatever. I always thought it'd be cool. And when life calms down some, I was like, and I don't even know how you would do this because education, like listening to all of you talk about this is so cool to me because I truly am somebody. I'm like, yes, school, going back to school later in life changed my life. And so I'm like, it hasn't started yet, Heather. Like if there was some way to do something and it could go both ways. Imagine if you had some foundation of almost a scholarship that was either geared towards victims of crime or people who have rehabilitated in some fashion that would go, you know, to help make a positive change, let's say, that would go towards higher education of some sort. You see what I'm saying? I have no idea how you would even begin to do something like that, though. Let me go check this other screen real quick. I mean, they are making us wait. A shooba-dooba-doo. Dooba-doo. Yeah, Nate's been tweeting about, let me go look at it again. Like, you know, his little updates he does about the witness in the stand. So it's like they're doing something. I said, guess I'm on my way. A shooba-dooba-doo. Dooba-doo. Dooba-doo. A dooba-dooba-doo. Hey, Jen, thanks for being a member. And no, you have not missed anything. We don't really know what's happened at this point. Everyone was taken out of the courtroom at some point, and then they were brought back in. So we're just waiting. So Jenna says, off the wall question, what are some good series to watch? So have you watched Only Murders in the Building? Have any of y'all watched Only Murders in the Building? Yeah, right. I'm over here looking up career ideas. I'm like, hey, what could we do? Dexter's good too. Yeah, Tori says we can safely assume Lori's being a brat. Yeah, Only Murders in the Building was good. Okay, that was a good. And they have, if you haven't watched any of it, there's several of them on there. Yeah, we're planning my educational future right now. That's a TV show. Oh, Poker Face, I haven't seen that. We've had NCIS reruns on basically nonstop, like background stuff. Well, I haven't seen Jury Duty, but I heard of that. Oh, it's awesome. I'm watching Titans. Oh, I haven't seen that either. I know. I hope he does too. Yeah, the NCIS. Oh, excuse me. The NCIS. It's like they have a formula. You know what I'm saying? They stick to it. You know what's going to happen. You know how it's going to happen. They throw some little thing in there, or whatever. Anita says that who knew Selena Gomez would work so well with Martin Short and Steve Martin? I've always had a crush on Steve Martin. Let me tell you what, the chemistry between those three is insane. I mean, it is perfect, right? And it's so rare these days to see that, but also the script writers, whoever's writing the script to it, is so good. It's such, I don't want to say highbrow comedy, but it's smart comedy, if that makes sense. And then obviously the true crime part to it, it's so true, right? Okay, since we watched The Birdcage for Prime, I love that. I haven't seen that in forever. I need to watch that. I haven't seen. No, I have seen Evil Lionheart. I still haven't watched the last season of Only Murders I started, but it's just things get busy. Yeah, maybe Lori Polish a business up in here now. Yeah, they had a gold mine with that. What was it? It's called, Sandy, it's called Only Murders in the Building. What is it on, y'all? Is it on Hulu? I see. I end up doing that same thing too. So so I listened to YouTube to go to sleep. So let's see. What did I listen to last night? I listened to history. UFO experts discuss alien encounters. Oh, this was a good one. Okay, Maura Murray is missing by the Lore Lodge. He just did a video on it. He did a. I love the Lore Lodge. Ooh, y'all. Sloan Bella did Jack and Lily. Okay, listen to that one. Then obviously Daybell. Monsters. This is Monsters. That's my most recent history. Daybell and all that other stuff. Hulu. Okay, so Hulu has Only Murders. Rotten Mango, yeah, she's good too. Love her. They have not been found. Hey, badass mama. So y'all, everybody just join in. We really haven't even started the trial yet. I think they're either on sidebar, but like technically live in person, the trial has started. But for us, it hasn't. And I don't know why. Yeah, I mean, even refreshing over here, it's just, I feel like it's been more than 30 minutes. You see what I'm saying? Hey, they're doing good. Luke is having his moments as of the last couple of days, but they're doing good. Oh, pardon me. Yeah, everybody just joining. You haven't missed anything. You haven't missed anything. Yeah, Lisa Starchild. I think it is the Hold on, they're speculating this may be the witness who must have their identity protected. No verification. Oh, I wonder if that's what it is, y'all. If that undercover person went up there. You see what I'm saying? And then they had the, because all I see Nate talking about is the guy who did the tinting on the Jeep. You know what I'm saying? But to me, it feels like it's been more than the 30-minute delay. Oh my gosh, excuse me. Yeah, I wonder. Oh, congratulations, Dee Dee, and your new kitten. I know, another Manic Monday. Now, I just discovered this, y'all. So, this right here, hold on. On the, excuse me, on the app for YouTube on the phone, you know, at the top where you scroll through the little thing here. So it lists the things, you know, like news, music, podcasts, whatever. Towards the end, it says new to you. And so you click that, and it's videos I've not seen. Although I can't believe I never clicked on this, the Indigo Girls Closer to Fine video. I'm like, really? I've never watched that. Don't believe it. Mr. Ballin, he's another good one. I mean, these are like channels. I don't know if they're trying to like compete with the TikTok algorithm. Because it's like stuff that I'm normally not seeing. You know what I mean? Mr. Ballin's like gone on a lot of different podcasts. A lot of stuff about the Diddy trial. Then post. Wait, what is this? Okay. Okay. Oh, I know, right? Kate says, as long as you get Mr. Ballin's real thing, not a fan one. So here's the thing. This is what, tell me what. Yeah, Donna says he's overexposed. Okay, so for those who don't know, Mr. Ballin like basically got super famous doing these like, he started off, in my opinion, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but this is where I picked up on him, was where he was retelling the missing 411 stories. And so remember how missing 411 got like super mad at one point because he was basically like, people weren't listening to that dude's videos and he wrote the books. They were listening to it through Mr. Ballin because he just has, he can like, you know, he just tells the story in a different way, right? So then now fast forward, I mean, he blew up online, right? And now Mr. Ballin has so many channels, okay? And I can't tell which ones are real, which ones, I don't know. And I mean, I've heard people say, like, I don't even know if he would need to, like, record new stuff at this point, because some of them, to me, it sounds like either they've given him a script and been like, you just read this, and even the videos don't get tons of views on them, right? But his main channel, well, let's go look real quick. Please hold. Your call is important to us. Mr. Ballin has 10 million subscribers. So, for example, 2 days ago, well, let's just click this thing right here. Videos. Okay. Death finds a way, places you can't go. 2 days ago. Here we go.
All right, do you want to get your next witness ready?
I was like, why is my face blocking Lori? We have to see her. Lori's like, okay. She's like, hey, I invented these. The yellow paper, I invented it. She's like, okay, step. He's like, hey, bro. He's like, can we hurry up? I have some tinting to get done. Oh, yeah, she's loving the attention, girl. She's flipping that hair. Honey, you can't tell her nothing right now.
You can be seated when you get to your seats.
Lori stood up for the jury. This is different.
All right, please be seated. The jury is present. Members of the jury, thank you for your patience. We had to resolve an issue this morning. Please don't speculate on that, and it's no one's fault as to why there was a delay getting started this morning. If you'll recall, on Friday afternoon, we started testimony from the case agent who's seated at the prosecutor's table. And we're going to take another witness out of order now, so we'll resume him at a later time. But at this time, the state's going to take a witness out of order. Go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you. The state will call Daniel Moss.
All right, so you're going to come stand right here in front of my clerk, and she's going to swear you in.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first
Amen,
name?
Michelle.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Walk around the court reporter up the ramp.
All right, right up here.
And if you can scoot in close to the mic. Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Dan Moss. I own a window tinting shop in Idaho, Rexburg, Idaho.
How long have you owned a window tinting shop there in Rexburg, Idaho?
Since 2008.
And is it just you working there, or do you have others working for you?
We have other employees.
Okay. Do you have a website for your company?
Yes.
And how do you get business? Do people come in? Can they call you to get a quote? What happens when someone is interested in getting their car tinted?
They can stop by and get a quote. They can email us through the website. There's a phone number on the website. They can call, text. Pretty much, we make it as easy as possible.
Okay. If someone calls, who answers? Is there like an office phone or?
There's a shop phone, so it could be me or one of the other employees.
Okay. And if someone calls in and requests a window tint job, how do you set up sometimes to tell them when an appointment might be available?
If somebody calls in, we just pull out a calendar right then and just give them some dates and times that they can come by. They can, if that doesn't work for them, usually they can drop off the car before hours or after hours.
Okay. Do you ever send them like a text saying, we have an appointment available at this time? Would that work for you?
Every day.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about window tint in general. Are there different levels or percentages of tinting that are put on?
Yeah, there's it's called the VLT percentage, visual light transmittance. So what your eye can see not infrared or ultraviolet, but the visual light that comes through the glass is represented by a number, and the window film manufacturers assign that number to how dark the film is. So 5% window film only lets in 5% of the visible light. 70% lets in 70% of the light, essentially looks clear, where 5% is black, really dark.
So if someone puts 5% VLT onto a vehicle, are you able to see into that car?
No.
What about 20%? What is that?
You can see like a silhouette of somebody that's in there.
Okay. And can people do different percentages like front or rear windows?
Yep.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about some business that you did with back on September 23rd and 25th of 2019. I've shown the defendant Exhibit 183. If I can have my paralegal approach with that. If you take a look at that, does that contain an affidavit that you signed authenticating some different screenshots from the business phone as well as screenshots from your camera system in your business?
Yes, it does.
And do those relate to a phone call that was received on September 23rd at 1:54 p.m. from a 480-351-9120 number?
Yes.
And then sort of the business of tinting relating to that initial call.
Yes.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 183. I think that's what I said.
183 is a packet.
Yes.
Relevant, Your Honor.
All right, the exhibit is admitted, you said 81?
183.
I'm sorry, I wasn't even close, 183.
All right, and if I could have the Elmo, thank you. All right. I'll start with sort of what is described in this as, let me zoom out. Were you contacted at some point by law enforcement and asked about an individual with that 480-320 number contacting your business to have window tint put on a Jeep?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, end up scheduling an appointment and, in fact, putting tint on a Jeep?
Yes.
So did you provide law enforcement, starting with this first page of 183's attachments, a screenshot of your phone showing when you received that first call from the 480-20 number?
Yeah.
And so this was September 23rd of 2019?
Yes.
And then that was at the 1:54 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. Now, it's a couple days later, did you or your business reach back to that 480-351? Advise them that you had an appointment available.
Yes.
I'm going to zoom in a little on this. Is this, I guess, the message that was sent that was kept as part of your business records regarding setting up a time for this individual to bring in their Jeep?
Yes.
So on September 25th, they were advised they could drop the Jeep off at 9 to have work done?
Yes.
Okay. Was this a message that you sent out?
Yes.
And so when you're sending this in the morning at 7:27 a.m. and you're advising them that they can drop off the car and it will be worked on.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to put up. Can you describe for us what we see here?
Looks like I'm cleaning some windows, just about ready to put some film on that door
Okay.
glass.
So this is you you did the work on this Jeep Wrangler.
Yeah.
I want to talk to you about, this is the vehicle that was associated with the 480-351-9120 number.
Yeah.
Now this is a two-door Jeep Wrangler.
Yes.
When you are looking at a vehicle like a Jeep Wrangler, do they come with factory tint on them?
Yes.
So when a vehicle has factory tint on it, what do you do when they're brought in to put tint on them?
All the time people come in and ask to darken the factory tinted glass, because the factory tinted glass is usually like a 20% VLT, and you just layer another dark layer on top of it.
Okay. So you don't have to try to take off that other tint. You're just putting another layer on top of it.
Yep.
So in this case, you said you were cleaning, we can see a spray bottle. You clean the glass before you put the next layer on.
Yep.
When you are talking about different percentages of tint, in this case, do you recall being asked to put a 5% tint on the rear windows?
Yes.
So if there's already tint on the car and then you add the 5%, does that make it even darker than what we would expect on a normal 5%?
Yeah. If you slide a VLT meter on there, like all officers have usually in their car, it will usually net like 2% or 0% VLT.
And so would that mean you can't see anything in the back?
Yeah, dark.
So if someone was laying or sitting in the back of this Jeep and you tried to walk by and look in there, you wouldn't be able to see it.
Objection. Speculation.
Overruled.
Having worked on these cars and seen what this looks like, are you familiar with whether or not you can see someone inside the vehicle with that dark of tint?
Yes, definitely.
So from your personal experience, you are telling us that with the 5% and then the additional factory tint, you would not be able to see into the back of that Jeep.
Broad daylight, you can't see in.
Now, the 20% that's in these front windows on top of the factory, would you still have some ability to see in?
Yes.
Okay. When you were talking to us earlier, you said that people are able to drop off their vehicles to be worked on.
Yes.
Do you recall in this case whether or not you saw the person who dropped this off?
I do not.
Okay. Now, we see that you have some cameras inside your shop for you to work on. Did you attempt to screenshot images to show the rear license plate of this vehicle?
Yes.
And I'm going to put some of these up, also part of packet 183. Do you recall the colors of the license plate on that Jeep?
They were white.
Okay. Did it have black lettering?
Yes.
Okay. So is that an Idaho plate?
No.
Okay. Did you know what state plate that was?
Texas. I would guess.
Texas?
Could I get you to speak up just a little bit? Thanks.
So it was a white plate with black lettering that you recognized to be from Texas?
Yes.
But you were unable to get the exact lettering of that plate from your surveillance system.
Correct. At the distance and angle, it was blurry.
Okay.
Thank you, Carol.
Another question in this. On this Jeep, did you note there was like a sticker down here on the
Yes.
front windshield?
Yeah.
So that was there when the Jeep was brought in and dropped off to you?
Yes.
When you are completed with the job, do you send a sort of receipt of some type?
Yes.
And do we see that here as a part again of Exhibit 183?
Yes.
And did that describe the work you did?
Yes.
So we see again, this was sent to the 480-351-9120.
Yes.
So we know it was a Jeep Wrangler, what we saw in the photograph
Yes.
with the Texas license plate.
Yes.
And so it was 200, how much you charged?
Yes.
And then it says 5% rear and 20% front. What does that mean then?
That we put 5% window film on the back 3 windows and 20% on the front doors.
And then with our start and end time, does that mean that you completed this work in about an hour on September 25th of 2019?
Approximately.
Do you recall seeing the individual who had this Jeep ever pick it up?
I don't.
So did you have any contact with the owner that you recall at this point?
Not that I can recall.
So other than knowing that you were dealing with this Jeep that was documented, the 2-door Wrangler associated to that 480-351-9120 number, you can't tell us anything else about the owner.
Correct.
State has no other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
She's 100% flirting with him. 100%.
No questions, Your Honor.
Shocked.
All right, are there any questions for
Shocked.
this witness? from
She
the
does not
jury?
care.
I don't see any. All right, sir, you can step down.
Everybody's like, the
State your
jurors
call
are
for this
like,
witness.
how much does it cost for a Tacoma truck? I can't believe. So this tells you she's just dialing it in. He's like, well, guess I'll mosey on back to Phoenix and do some tinting. See y'all later, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, she doesn't need Forever got it right. Forever says she doesn't need revenge on the tent guy. 100%. I mean, it sure is quiet. Lori's like, I'm just going to go ahead and work on my little Mr. Potato Head drawing.
All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right here in front of my clerk and be sworn in.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name?
Thomas Miller, Thomas, M-I-L-L-E-R.
Thank you. Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God? Okay, now I'm going to put up there.
She's like, today in camp,
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Special Agent Thomas Miller with the Drug Enforcement Administration.
How long have you worked for Drug Enforcement Administration?
Approximately 27 years.
What do you do there?
I currently am the unit chief of the National License Plate Reader Program for the DEA.
Can you tell us what the National License Plate Reader Program is?
It's a law enforcement tool that was developed and utilized by the DEA to enforce its Title 21 statutory authority to facilitate drug trafficking investigations and any other drug-related crimes in the drug trade.
So in there, we hear the term license plate reader. What is that? What is a license plate reader? How does that work?
It is a camera that we normally have positioned on any known drug route utilized by drug traffickers. A lot of the LPRs have a software, it's called optical character recognition, or better known as OCR. What this OCR software allows the LPR camera to trigger on the alphanumeric characters on a license plate, and it will create an image or images, and simultaneously it will also create a XML or a textual file. And at that time, the images and the text file are then paired up and is then saved in the DEA server.
Okay. You use the term LPR. Is that shorthand for something?
Yes, a license plate reader.
Okay. So it's easier for us to say LPR.
Yes.
Is there a system called Diesel that relates to the National License Plate Reader Program?
Yes, Diesel is our tactical query and alert system, and it stands for the DEA Special Intelligence Link, and that's how we access the information that is saved from the LPR cameras.
Okay. So can law enforcement agencies outside of the DEA access this Diesel system to determine if any of the cameras have caught a specific license plate?
Yes. The El Paso Intelligence Center, where the Diesel platform is located, they will vet state, local, tribal, and other federal law enforcement personnel to have or gain access to our Diesel platform.
Okay. So certain law enforcement agencies can get access to Diesel to see if a license plate has been read on any of the cameras.
Yes, as long as it's they're ingested into our Diesel platform.
And by ingested, what do you mean?
After the LPR camera that does feed into the Diesel platform, it will go into the Diesel platform where they can access that.
Do all of these license plate readers capture like just a photo of the license plate, or is it the vehicle? What are we getting in this system?
Depending on the vendor camera and the OCR, or the optical character recognition software, it will sometimes give you a visual of just the plate, and then other times will be the back plate, possibly depending on the position of another camera, the front plate, and sometimes an overall picture of the entire vehicle.
Okay. So if someone is driving on an interstate where one of these license plate readers are located, depending on the camera, it may capture a photo of the vehicle and of their license plate?
Correct.
Okay. Do all of these license plate reader cameras just look at the back of vehicles?
No, a DEA will sometimes also place cameras that read the front license plates. Usually we do this more for tractor trailers or semi trucks who have a a front plate that is different than the plate on the trailer.
I want to talk to you about the license plate reader near Holbrook, Arizona. For that reader on the I-40, does that camera capture the front or the back, or what does that camera capture there?
It captures the back plate, and there's two cameras, one each covering the 2 lanes on that road going westbound.
Okay. I've shown the defendant Exhibit 121. My paralegal can approach. So if you can take a look at Exhibit 121, let me know if you recognize the affidavit as well as the documents associated with it.
Yes, I do.
And does that contain an affidavit authenticating those records as well as a diesel citing of a license plate from your National License Plate Reader program?
Yes, it does.
And that's kept in the normal course of business.
Yes.
State will move to admit pursuant to 803 and 902.
Objection?
Just relevant, Your Honor.
What was the number again?
121.
121's admitted. 121's admitted,
Oh,
sorry.
thank you. If I can have that to publish, please. All right. Let's start with the first page of this. So is this a document that's part of the National License Plate Reader diesel system?
Yes, it is.
So in this case, when we're looking at the top here, first we see plate. Is that the plate that's associated with this vehicle that we see here?
Yes, it is.
So that's LWD 0997.
Yes, and I believe that was a Texas license plate.
Then the location here, DEA FCU AZ Holbrook. Can you tell us what that means?
Depending on who the unit chief was at the time, they will name a camera, specifically if it's owned by DEA, a certain name, and a lot of times it will include at least a city or town that's fairly close to that location.
And is this license plate reader on the I-40?
Yes, it is.
And is this one located a little to the, I guess, west or east of Holbrook on the I-40?
Yes.
Okay. And then we see a time and a date. So is that October 1st of 2019?
Yes, it is.
And it's 6:52 Mountain Standard Time?
Yes.
At that time on October 1st of 2019, if we convert that to Arizona time, is it 5:52?
Yes, it would be that time of the year.
Okay. Over here, we see highway name, you said I-40 westbound, and then direction giving us the westbound as well.
Yes.
In this photograph, we see the back of a vehicle with no tire on the back of it. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then was there a second page of this that gave a closer up of the license plate on this?
Yes, it does.
And is that what was documented in the citing details of a Texas plate LWD 0997?
Yes.
State has no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Cross.
She's going to have something to say over this. If she doesn't, I'm done. Oh yeah, she's got that little post-it note collection. She means business.
Mr. Thomas, is that the only picture that you have in Arizona on October 1st of the Jeep Wrangler?
I'm sorry?
Is it the only picture, license plate reader picture that you have in Arizona on October 1st?
Yes, that's the only picture in our diesel platform.
Okay. And how many license plate readers do you have in Gilbert, Arizona?
I am not sure on how many we exactly have.
Do you have any?
Yes, we do.
There's one on Gilbert Road, isn't there?
That I'm not sure. We have over 11,000 cameras that feed into the diesel platform.
Okay. What about in Mesa, Arizona? Are you aware of any in Mesa, Arizona?
I am unaware how many cameras that we have in Mesa, Arizona. We do have quite a few cameras, LPR cameras in Arizona.
And so of all those cameras that you have along this way, when this incident happened in Gilbert, Arizona, you don't have any other pictures of this Jeep? Is that correct?
No, but there's several reasons why there may or may not be. A lot of times we do have software and hardware issues with our LPR cameras, so they will be down at times. Depending on speed, how old the camera is, sometimes speed and the amount of traffic will also have a bearing on whether or not an image is captured. And then there's ways to defeat LPR cameras as well.
There are ways to defeat them?
I'm sorry?
There are ways to defeat them?
Yes.
Get a T for us, Lori.
No, Your Honor, I'm going to object to that and move to strike defendant's comments.
The jury should disregard the noise that the defendant made after that answer. All right, go ahead and ask your.
Sorry,
next
Your Honor.
question.
So, Mr. Miller, of all your cameras, you have no other pictures on October 1st, 2019 of that Jeep Wrangler, is that correct?
I'm going to object to asked and answered twice already.
It is asked and answered, but he can go ahead and answer one more time.
That was that transaction of the diesel sighting was the only one in diesel.
Okay, so on October 2nd, you have no other pictures of this Jeep Wrangler as well, is that correct?
I'm not for sure if that ever was ran. I'm not for sure. What does happen is DEA does have a retention policy where as information or data that goes into the diesel platform is then expunged or deleted or purged from the diesel platform after 90 days.
And you don't have any from October 3rd as well, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you don't have any from October 1st, October 2nd, or October 3rd, is that correct?
Not to my knowledge.
And do you know how far from Gilbert, Arizona, Holbrook, Arizona is?
I'm not for sure the exact distance.
Would you be surprised if it was 173 miles?
I'm going to object to speculation. Witness has already indicated he doesn't know.
He can answer if he knows.
I don't know that.
So that would be about 3 hours from
I'm
Gilbert,
gonna, again,
Arizona?
Object
This
to,
is- The objection's sustained. He didn't know how far it was.
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
just briefly. Sir, you told us that the DEA set up this system for drug trafficking. Is that correct?
Correct.
Does that then have an impact on where cameras are located?
Yes, we specifically try to target drug corridors and drug routes that are utilized by drug trafficking organizations.
So if you thought there might be some drug corridor going through Gilbert, then you might stick a DEA license plate reader there?
Correct, or at least have a law enforcement partner that we will ingest their LPR camera data into Diesel.
So would it be, let me ask this, are all license plate readers that you see across the country associated to Diesel?
No,
So just because there may be a license plate reader on Gilbert Road, but does that mean that it's part of the Diesel system?
no. In fact, there's so many different license plate reader programs out there that our program, comparatively to the totality of everything, is very small.
So DEA just ingests or has its own small percentage of cameras.
Yes.
They don't cover every single camera.
No, not at all.
You were asked about if a vehicle is driving in a drug trafficking corridor that the DEA is interested in, that there would be ways to defeat or not, I guess, be captured on these license plate readers. What did you mean by that?
There's definitely ways. They will remove their license plate. They will partially cover a plate. They will change a number temporarily. But a lot of times we will see things that will cover a plate, or at least part of the plate, to make sure that an LPR does not take an image.
And then you said the amount of traffic. So if traffic is busy, is LPR less successful in obtaining all of those vehicles and all of their license plates?
Yes, and depending on the age of the camera, there is a failure rate of the images that are taken by an LPR camera. So if there is a vehicle that is fairly close or tailgating another vehicle, it may not take a picture of the front vehicle.
Ultimately, in this case, what you're able to tell us is that on October 1st of 2019, at about 5:52 a.m., a Jeep Wrangler with a Texas license plate LWD0997 was going westbound on I-40 in Arizona?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I don't see any. Sir, you can step down. Thank you.
Jury's like, yeah, we got a question.
Sidebar
Yeah,
briefly.
let's sidebar.
Jury's like, we want to revisit the whole thing about the defeating the things or whatever. Just for research, we want to see if he did that. Oh, wait, hold on, y'all.
All right, members of the jury, again, I Please don't put them close to the mics. That's what I think makes the feedback. I apologize for the late start we got this morning. We're going to break just a couple minutes early for the lunch recess, but we're going to start at 1:15 p.m. 1:15 p.m. Please remember the admonition. All right, we'll be at recess till 1:15.
Okay, yeah, so they're on break for a second. I got to make a couple of phone calls. So everyone just talk amongst yourself. And don't put the headphones near the microphone. It makes that noise. He was testy with her when he said that. He was testy. Okay, I'll be back in a second. Hello, everybody. I'm back. Okay, there we are. Let me just scroll back up here. So yeah, so interesting that, you know, all that information they were just talking about with the license plate reader, you know, that jury went in, right? So, but again, it's interesting how, I'm sorry, everybody, I didn't mean to scare you. Yeah, I had a phone call and then went, so y'all in the office here, they have one of those fancy, this is what I call it. They have one of those fancy coffee machines at the like car dealerships. You know what I mean? Like those kind of like in the waiting room or whatever, when you go get like, you know, the service or whatever done. And it's like, oh, hey, we've got a fancy free coffee thing. Now some of y'all might have it at your work or something like that. I don't know what it's like to have a fancy job like that. With a fancy break room. With a gourmet break room, right? But they have that here. And I mean, it makes good stuff, y'all. I'm talking good stuff. Oh yeah, so the thing about, so this is my take. This is my my take on her whole thing with the gay thing or whatever. And somebody else said this too. I can't remember who said it, so claim your fame. So two things, right? Number one, I think that it was, number one, to shame him about the church. But number two, I think originally before, and maybe it was Northwest that said this, it was the excuse for her to get divorced from him in church because like they almost like needed a reason or whatever. And so I feel like she's just doing that to shame him. I think it's just a punishment. I don't think it's relevant to the case at all. I think she's just trying to make him look bad and embarrass him. You know what I'm saying? And I think like the whole thing too, like when I thought about it too, where she was like up there talking about, I was always there and helped you with your kids and all that. Like she kept going on and on about like the personal chicken enchilada kind of vibes. And I just felt like the judge at a certain point is like, shut up, right? It's like, this is irrelevant. He's over her. You heard the way he talked to her about where she put her things down. He was like, don't put those down on the thing. He was like, I swear. Oh, wait, sorry, yeah. Yeah, when he was talking about the when they went to break and PG can somebody explain sealed marriage in less than 40 characters? I love that. Oh, Brenda, I thought you said I know what happened at the beginning of the trial day. I was like, why are you taking the time to type that? Spill the tea, girl. Just get it out. But I see you said I want to know what happened. Same, right? Yeah, he's over her. I think he's just over it. It's just like, because they know. And I think too, when you're seeing like, this is the thing. I think most people are like this, right? No matter what the situation, it's like this whole attitude. If you care, I care. And so even though we all kind of know, and probably the judge would never say this, but like, yeah, this is like, really, you're taking this to trial, okay? If she acted like she truly gave a rat's butt, he might have a different perspective and that she took this seriously, but she doesn't. It's clearly at this point just a joke to her, in my opinion. And so I think the judge is just, he knows this. He's over it. She's disrespectful. He knows this. He's been dealing with her in this BS. He's over it. And then her like doing the whole thing of like the sidebar Barbie. I love that. You know, putting the things down and it makes that noise. He's just done. Wait, are they on lunch break? I feel like we just get started and they go to lunch. I would be one and the same if I was the jurors. I'm not complaining, you know what I'm saying? But like from the ease of like my, you know, the pretend sofa or whatever, and being able to eat chips and mochas whenever I want. I'm like, y'all are already on lunch? Oh, come on, people. Hold on for a second. I need to go get my third mocha of the day. Can you imagine if the jury room, like if on the jury while you're sitting there listening, you could like get up and go to an espresso machine and stuff like that? I'd be like, oh, we can do this all night long as far as I'm concerned. Oh yeah, there we go. We can keep going. There we go. I was like, we can just please. I have to get the jaws of life to get me out of here. What, $40 a day in the espresso machine? Please. Oh, wait, hold on. I left in a wrong Google review. I did the wrong damn. So Brenda, the coffee, this is what they do. So when I signed up, they were like, okay, we're going to basically automatically enroll you in unlimited coffee for $40 a month. Do you want it, yes or no? Because at first I was like, of course, I'm not lying. At first I was like, in my mind, I was like, hey, Paul, you can really save money. And then I thought about it, I was like, Paul, are you kidding me? $40 a month for the unlimited fancy espresso machine? I was like, y'all are about to lose money on my ass. Okay. I mean, excuse the French. I was like, y'all are about to lose some money on me. End of story. Oh, please. This is my third mocha. Now, mind you, I'll be bouncing off the walls in an absolute, monster by the end of the day. But I was like, oh, sign me up. Right? I mean, mind you, these are the cups they have out there. I'm a little too embarrassed to go out there and do it and like fill up my big like Sofa Squad mug or whatever. Can you imagine? So Alexander, this is at the office space that I got. So for those who don't know, I'm in the process of selling my house. I'm staying with Matt while I'm selling my house. It is impossible to film videos with all the dogs there. So I went out and got an office space temporarily, like a month-to-month type office space, right? Because it was bad. Okay. So I went out and got a month-to-month office space until this whatever life settles and I can get into another place and put the studio back in wherever I go, right? So doing this now though, I'm like this. I'm like, oh, whoa, I get way more done coming to a physical location. Like I get way more done, even personal stuff of like, okay, let's pay bills. Let's just like, it's kind of surprising. Now, mind you, money is money, right? It's more cost effective to have the studio at the house. But for right now, this is, oh, hey, Jenny, how's it going? This is amazing. So I'm renting like one of those, where you can like shared office spaces or whatever. So that's what it is. And so, I mean, and honestly, it's fancy, to me it is, right? Hold on. But it's a tiny little spot. This is smaller. What's funny is this is smaller than the studio, like basically the guest room that I was using for the studio. This room is smaller, but you know what? I had a bed in there though. That's what it was. Because this is way more room. I have this for the horror movie stuff, which I still haven't recorded. It's been too crazy. Green screen, sofa, desk. But so with it, you have all these office amenities, right? So it's like you have all the printers, all the stuff you can do. And then they have the little kitchen with the refrigerator and the fancy espresso machine. And it's just one of those, again, I just say it's one of those that you go push mocha, cappuccino with this, like one of those big machines. So yeah. Thanks, Brenda. I appreciate it. K said 100% K. A toilet you don't have to clean. Like, so for example, and it's 365 access. So yesterday, Sunday, I basically spent the whole afternoon over here recording, you know what I'm saying, doing stuff, getting caught up. And it makes a huge difference. So I'm going to highly consider this situation for whatever, because in my mind, I'm like, well, wait a second, whatever I do, like whether I rent an apartment or try and buy a place, whatever the situation is next, not needing a dedicated space, it's like, well, you could get something smaller. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just going to, whatever happens next, I don't know. But I'm going to, now that this is an option, I'm like, oh, okay, hold on. And the coffee, it's unlimited for $40 a month. And it's already paid for itself, number one, on what I get, but how, now I did go to Starbucks this morning on the way because I forgot my coffee card and I found it at the office. So I was like, let me go ahead and get it just in case. But I rarely, I should say, I don't go to Starbucks as much anymore at all. Or I'd say Starbucks, that Starbucks is the equivalent of like going out and buying coffee. It's just my word for it. Yeah, SWT makes a good point. When you factor in all your saving on coffee, printer ink, paper, all that, literally. So I'm heavily looking at that now where I'm like, oh, wait a minute. This is a game changer. The coffee is literally worth it. Literally worth it. Just the coffee alone, right? Thanks, Brenda. That was good. I found an interview on that where a guy he like works in that area. He's like a ranger or something. And he provides more context on it. I want to try and do that. Bandit's mom. Okay, Bandit mom says, I want to over 55 mobile home community. Okay, one of my friends just sold their place, moved to Hendersonville, North Carolina, 50 over 55 mobile home, like double wide community, that kind of vibe, whatever. Cute. Okay. Cute. Right? They're like, we love it. Okay. Because yeah, you already know how things are expensive. It's not that it's like, I mean, anything's gonna always need something, right? But yeah, he's like, everything's taken care of. It's this, that, the other. Jenny's, wait, Jenny, are you in Florida? I forget every time. Are you in South Florida, Jenny? You don't have to say out loud if you don't want to in public. Because I feel like the villages were down in Fort Lauderdale area. And if so, I know exactly what you're talking about. That's where my friend just moved up from. Sarasota. Okay. So do y'all know what maybe it's called villages too. I can't remember the name of them in Fort Lauderdale, that area or whatever, but there's something similar to what you're talking about too. Emily says, I had no Parkway in my 100-year-old junior high school. They turned into a 30. They turned it into 30, 55. Oh, wow. Oh, Crystal, I haven't. Well, other than she moved jails, I don't know if they've given a reason why they moved her. I personally think it was because of the alleged, paying people off or whatever, inmates to lie for her. An economist POV, your time is worth, hold on, money. Let me get my glasses. Sorry, Crafton, hold on. Where'd you go? So if you're getting more done there than at home, you're saving money in the respect of 100%. 100%. Because this is one thing too. Even when I was at the old place, and I did not have it set up like this. I didn't realize how much, when I say work, like I'm talking about like obviously YouTube stuff, but like, you know, just your personal life too and whatever. But I don't know how to say it. Like, I didn't realize how much everything bled into one thing, and I would drag things out over and over and over because it's like, you know, hanging out on the sofa watching true crime. You know what I'm saying? But like recording a video, I get up, oh, I need to do laundry. Oh, I need to go do this. Oh, I need to go do that. Oh, I'll go do this now. Oh, I want to be outside. You see what I'm saying? I didn't treat it like work. And so it bled across my like all of my life, which I don't consider it work because I enjoyed, like, I would be watching this stuff anyway, you know what I'm saying? Like, anyways, right? But I 100% get what you said. It's just like, oh, I could do this and then actually have like and then the other thing too, like we were talking earlier about school and stuff like that. There's other things that I didn't realize. I was like, oh, I spend so much time doing this because A, ADD, B, just whatever, it's at home, it bleeds into everything. I can have all this other time. And so that's the big shocker to me in a good way that I've learned from doing this is I'm like, oh, okay. So yeah. You know, because I want to like do my fun. Like I like doing the scary movie reviews. Those are fun to me. Just a fun thing. Possibly going back to school, all that kind of stuff, right? So Jessica says, my grandma lived in a retirement home in Florida when I was a kid. I loved it. I would stay with her and drive golf cart. That sounds so much fun. My friend, hey Tori, okay, cool. My friend who just moved up from Fort Lauderdale, whatever, his mom was in a retirement community. Now this is going back a minute. She was single, and when she moved into, I mean, she was way over 55, good-looking woman, and she ran into people basically being very territorial over their men, you know what I'm saying? Where she's kind of like, I'm just kind of trying to hang out, whatever, but that kind of, you know, don't talk to my man, don't do this, don't do whatever, right? And I was like, I didn't even think about that because there's a lot of couples and stuff. Yeah, I don't think I could certainly couldn't bring both dogs at one time for sure. There's no way. Oh my God, they would kick me out of here. I could see trying to bring Bo here on the weekends, like to record something, because he's the way Luke is out of control. Okay, there's no other word for it. Bo is way more calm and tame, but obviously still a puppy. But he's more, you could bring him here to record a video and hold him, whereas Luke would, it ain't gonna happen. I mean, again, I can't record at home with him, right? Luke is feral, 100%. Oh, well, child. When I came home yesterday, so I was here basically all day recording. Luke is the counter one. I came home. Oh, Luke has figured out how to jump over the gate. I swear he's a cat. Yeah, I've never seen anything like it. The dog is a cat. We have this gate. Every door is gated. So when you come in, you have to step over gates to get in. It's whatever. Luke has now figured out how to jump over said gate that blocks the door. Now there's a gate on the little patio. So he was crazy. Yeah, Luke is a biter. Luke, so Bo will do this little thing like, so pretend this is Bo. Well, you know what? These are Bo's legs right here, right? So if you do a little thing like scratch his belly, he'll go, burr, 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 like if he's in a playful mode, and he bites you the way, it's not a bite. It's like like a puppy that knows that he's playing with a human, where he's like, you know, that kind of thing. Luke, if he doesn't want you to do that, will attack you. Luke, if you pick him up and he doesn't want to, will turn around and bite your face. I mean, and he goes, he'll start doing better, but it's getting to a point of like, I don't know what we're going to do about this. But Bo, like, he does a little nippy thing and it's cute. Luke has behavioral issues. But then yesterday when the drama popped off, so with the counter and giving people whatever, I went to grab Luke off the ground and I picked him up. It's not funny, but Bobo latched onto his back leg, which then made him scream. And then Bo runs off. Bo is an instigator, right? I think some of the reasons that, Luke has behavioral issues is because I really believe that Bo just abused him as a little puppy. Jessica says, my dog is currently sleeping in a litter box. I can't with her. Right. That was something that Luke would do. So what's funny is Bo is they're sisters, which I've seen pictures of them. They were the runts, but of the boys, Bo is the runt. When will you teach Bo to run inside across the hood of the car? That'd be cute. Yeah, they've had training. They can like, they'll sit, Bo will do the down. They listen, but it's like puppy listen or whatever. What's funny is Luke would take to the training more, but then he just has he just has anxiety issues, I guess. Okay. Hold on. Is it worth revisiting Chad's call to Lori and Joe when the authorities arrived at the property? Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, hold on. Let me go over this thing real quick. Hold on. They dismissed Justin Baldone's case. Oh, wow. Okay, wait, hold on, y'all. Okay, I'm just reading something. Hold on. Okay, so they said that we're going to be back at 1:15. So 1:15 to 2:15, 2:15 to 3:15, 3:15 to 4:15. Okay. So we have what, 15 more minutes. I don't know, what is this? Okay. Is it the 9th? Yes. Okay. I know, right, Kay? Oh, thank you, Peachy Keen. I appreciate that. Oh, wait, that's right with the delay. Okay, hold on. Like Christy, first of all, Christy, thank you for the super chat. And then Christy says, it doesn't seem like Lori's here to prove her innocence at this point. It seems like she's trying to get witness into with the LDS Church in retaliation for her own excommunication. 100% agree. 100% agree. I think that's literally what she's doing. I think literally she's like, oh, it's something to do this week. Wait, hold on. Let me get while I drink. Hold on 1 second. I think she's literally like, it's something to do this week. And can I make Brandon look bad? Sure, let's go for it. What surprised me A little bit. I mean, at first, but then hindsight, I was like, was the way that she was low key throwing, well, maybe high key, her niece Melanie under the bus, right? Does anybody have tea from like other channels who do like deeper dive, whatever? Is Melanie Pulowski not talking to her anymore? Did they fall out? I kind of looked at it like the only reason Melanie Pulowski tried to save face is because of a public image, but that she would, even knowing what happened, would totally still be talking to Lori and like drinking the juice, right? But that is sofa speculation. I don't know her. I don't know any of these people. Yes, Brenda. Brenda says, and 100% yes, Brenda. Brenda says, so is anyone tired of them warning Lori about her opening the door? She's been warned, walked through it already. 100%. They're being very delicate with her. Yeah, Jessica says, I know there's an open investigation. Yeah, I love that for her. Yeah, the judge is like, I don't want no appeal. I don't want them to have any reason. All right. Jessica says, can we just shove her through the portal door? Amen. Amen, right? I don't know, Emily. I might start wreaking havoc on the sofa behind me. I'm going to start breaking stuff. Just joking. Oh, Lord. Yeah, I wonder, I wonder what Melanie, I would love to see. Thanks, Emily. We'll see in a few. I would love to have seen the look on Melanie's face, but she might know that she's under arrest. How would you not? Right? It's like, but again, this whole crowd, they're so entitled. They're just like, what? I bet Brandon was. I'm sure. See, Brandon strikes me as a type that, like, with his emotional maturity is like this, where he's like, it saddens me that my ex-wife would be under investigation for this for the kids' sake. That's their mother, but also it's the right thing. You know what I'm saying? What in Lord's name can Ian Pulowski's family be thinking and saying? Can you imagine? Can you imagine the awkward family gatherings if they even have them? Imagine rolling her up to your parents' or family table after all this drama. Pass the potatoes, please, Melanie. I mean, come on, right? Yeah, and wait, hold on, let me go find this where you just said I like that. Hold on, please hold. So, Iconoclastic Flow says, I still don't know how the jury can't walk and fill her or and automatically get the ick. I'll bet you they do. Because that's something I've always wanted. Like, that's one reason I do like hearing from the jurors. I just think there's like a proper way for them to do it or whatever. But to hear, do they get that feeling, right? That's one thing that interests me in wanting to go and try and go to some of the hearings and stuff, is to get that answer for myself. Because you know how like you'll get that spidey sense? Like, so for example, I use the what's her name? Megan Boswell, where I just tried to go to her sentencing, but they canceled it like basically the day we got there. Because I was like, I want to know, like, do I sense evil? Do I sense just a blank, like, nothingness? Like, what energy does she bring in the courtroom? And then translate that thought, that concept to the other to Lori, Anthony Todd, that type, those textures that you can only get if you're in the courtroom. Yeah, I'm surprised she hasn't brought up the green chicken chili enchiladas or whatever. Yeah, I would think that she has to, meaning Lori, translate, I hate to keep saying that word, but translate a dark energy. And yeah, Hairhead, I agree. I feel like Megan, the vibe I get from her when I see her on TV, whatever, is just this nothing. And I don't know how to describe it, but it's almost like, and I'm making this, I'm completely making this up right now, but it's almost like, and I'm thinking back to a time that a friend said they ran into a high school friend at this party. It was like years later. And apparently this friend then died not too long after that. And my friend was telling me of her. She said, it's so weird. The girl's name was Jessica, who passed. She said, I met Jessica and I couldn't believe it was her after all these years. And she's like, but there was like, she was like, it was like her soul was already gone. There was nothing there when I talked to her. It was like I was able to just kind of see through her. And so then when she died, I'm not trying to say Jessica did anything evil or anything like that. It was just this energy my friend was talking about. And she was like, it was like this weird thing. And then she dies like 2 months later, and I can't remember now what she died of or whatever. That kind of thing where that, yeah, and Nani gives blank is a good word. I think Megan translates blank, right? Absence of, I don't know. Okay, I just don't know. Almost like and this is a stretch here, what I envision the original, hey, allegedly, Michael Myers, that blank darkness of there's just no soul present, hence the shape. You know what I mean? Megan's like the shape, right? There's just nothing there. Yeah, Brenda says, I was on the bus one day and a man walked by me slowly. As he looked down at me, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. He had a black aura all around him, so scary. Yet you can definitely get those kind of things out people. Yeah, and Jessica, you can see that in their eyes. I feel like there's this thing. So that's not like, so have you ever like run into somebody out in the wild where they'll have what I call kind of like that, like, I don't know if it's serial killer vibes, but it's like this darkness to their eyes where there's like nothing there. And I'll sit here and be like, and you make jokes like, oh, they got bodies in the closet, but literally being like, this is probably somebody with some pretty twisted stuff that maybe people don't know about, right? Oh, Professor Fun Bags, I hope the dentist was okay. I'm going Wednesday. Yeah, Dead Eyes. Yeah, Morgan, that's the name. Dead Eyes. In fact, we're gonna Google, we're gonna TikTok Dead Eyes on here. Nice on. What did I say I was doing? I am. Dead Eyes. Yeah. So, okay, can y'all hold on? Remember this pastor? They're using him as the example. Okay, now to me, his eyes are more like they could kind of be dead eyes, but also he to me has more like he might be on something, maybe, I don't know. But him, I can remember, and now this is good. This is how long this man's been around, okay? When I was a little kid going to my grandmother's house to be, you know, her look after me or whatever. I know he looks, yeah, Kenneth Copeland. Yeah. She, y'all, if you remember the name of the TV shows, let me know. He would be his TV show, and he looked more palatable back then. I mean, this is going back. I mean, I'm 47, right? So this is going back a very long time. But when I started seeing people on TikTok use him as an example, seeing that, I'm like, he's still around? I'm like, are you kidding? He's scary. He's scary like that. And I don't remember him enough as a kid. I mean, you know, when you're a kid, you don't grasp it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, you know, whatever. Yeah, Manson eyes. Yeah. Tori says he straight up looks plastic. Yeah, Brenda, the grape juice. Yeah. This is just typing about him. When I typed in dead eyes on TikTok, his thing kept coming up. To me, dead eyes to me is like, I mean, for me, like my version of dead eyes is not his. He has more of like a manic kind of feral thing going on to me. Ted Bundy, Megan Boswell. Tori says, have you seen him? Oh, wait, where'd you go, Crafting? Crafting says, my brother had that look in his eyes when he came back from war. Are you talking about the Kenneth Copeland dude, Crafting? Or are you talking about dead eyes? Kohlberger has dead eyes, yeah. Yeah, I can't remember the name of all those shows. Yeah, Melanie's has dead eyes, just those. Like they've seen, this is how I describe it. I remember I wrote this short story one time where I was like, this like a look in their eyes, like they've seen everything there was to see in life and weren't impressed by any of it. Just this dead, hopeless nothingness of abyss, looking out into nothingness. Oh, Kate has major T. Kate, what was he like in person? Kate says she grew up fundamentalist crap church and saw Kenneth Copeland in person several times. What was he like? Were you up close? Like, can you give any tea? Yeah, no light. Yeah. He was full of the Holy Ghost. I meant Devin at Comic-Con from Hard Eyes. I'm not sure what that is, Brenda. Richard, okay, Red Viking, how are you doing, first of all? Richard Ramirez, to me, is the definition that when I think of dead eyes, Richard Ramirez, like those are like, there's no, what do you call it, puber, like it's just dark, you know, yeah, predator eyes, yeah. Yeah, like, have you ever met somebody where you're sitting there talking, and this obviously can be, well, it can be different but the same or whatever. You know, I know I'm a guy asking, you know what I'm saying? A lot of y'all are women. But this vibe, when you meet someone, it's not necessarily dead eyes, maybe, but the predatorial vibe. Like when you know you're talking to this person and there's some level where you feel like you are around a predator. You know what I'm saying? Like they're sizing you up. Like, you know, it's almost like you can read the torrid thoughts in their mind. What's this? No, we didn't do all that. Okay, got it. Sure, whatever. Okay, what's this? Okay, there we go. Hey, Summer, they had court earlier and it was very delayed starting. They had a very cute, handsome little young, what would you even call it? A window tinter. Oh yes, Mac. Mac, I love how you said this. I feel like I can recognize a crocodile trying to feed 100%. 100%. Oh, crap, he's just dead eyes like he saw too much. Oh, God bless him. Yeah, there's this energy that comes with the predator thing, that crocodile thing, where it's like their energy is like encompassing yours at the same time, like that, where you just feel like, hmm, and that, to me, that's what a lot of these serial killers are probably like. I don't know where we were talking about with live chat, or we were talking about being in the car with somebody and realizing you in danger, girl. That kind of energy of, oh, I know it gives me the goosebumps, Mac, right now, as you're talking about it, where it's like, you're in this situation and that dark energy is like enveloping around you. You have reptile eyes. To me, Kenneth Copeland, that thing I showed y'all, he has reptile eyes. But also the nothing being there too. No worries, Mac. I feel like I have predatory. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and say out loud, but like I'm there with you on that one, Rhonda. Yeah, I said her name is Tor. I said she's here to say. Okay, Tori, I'll look at it. Thank you for sending. Scare. Oh man, I can't watch that. Okay, they said they're back in the courtroom. For me, are you talking about, and I hope I'm saying your name right. I feel like I say it wrong every time. Are you kidding me, Jazzy? I am just so sick and jealous. You see my stuff over here. Did you see this right here? Like the little Freddy Krueger thing that goes with it. 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you. 3, 4, better lock the door. That's so cool. That is so cool that you're getting to do that. Oh. Oh, you got to meet him too. That's so cool. Well, yeah, that's the it came with a Freddy thing, but I don't have it there right now. So let's read what I'm not going to spoiler alert what Nate's saying, but I'm just going to go look at his stuff. Okay, y'all, I have to go to this phone call, so I'll be right back. Hello again, everybody. Sorry about that. I had to do all the things, the phone calls, the this, the that. Oh, thanks, Javion. Am I saying your name right? Back from Ireland. I hope you had a lovely trip. I hope it was wonderful. I hope it was well. So yeah, court has not started back yet. Hold on. Here we go. Wait, hold on. But why is this weird looking?
Himself. So
That's where the
will-
profile came from?
yes, so he will be testifying as to that later. Additionally, assuming we continue going, I also have Lisa Perry, who took the cuttings from the swabs that were obtained from the Jeep up in Rexburg, Idaho. I will not have the DNA analyst here till after Detective Pillar is done testifying. But Lisa Perry, who just basically took the cuttings and stuck them into tubes so that Vanessa could do DNA profiles on them, is also here today. So my hope was to, out of order, call Emmy Lynn Sapinoso, Lisa Perry, and then I have Officer Maryanne Rob.
What's weird is this isn't on the other channels.
Then I would resume with Mr. Pillar.
Okay, so from Emmy Lynn Sapinoso, you would be talking about the profile she created.
From the blood blot from Alexander Cox.
All right,
That's
but
all
that's
she
not a
did.
piece of evidence that's physically getting admitted.
No, it's not going to be physically admitted, but we have not had testimony of that, so I'm just making a record that I will be presenting testimony of that through Detective Pillar. We just haven't got to it yet.
Okay, and then Lisa Perry will testify about cutting pieces of fabric out of the Jeep
It's
and
Lori.
impounding them.
Swabs were taken from like the steering wheel, door handles, seatbelt buckles, and Detective Pillar will testify that he observed all those being done and being all the safe
Okay.
techniques that were used. So he will be testifying as to that as well. But again, we haven't got there yet.
Are you going to show her the swabs? Are they here?
No, because
Okay.
they would be destroyed if we brought them here, and obviously we save them for any future testing should anyone ever request that to
Okay.
be done.
Mhm.
So we will just discuss the impound numbers
Okay,
and what the swabs are.
all right. Is there any record the defendant wants to make? Sure. Do you want, are they lined up or, okay. Swabs, are they here?
No, because
Okay.
they would be destroyed if we brought them here, and obviously we save them for any future testing should anyone ever request that to
Okay.
be done.
All right,
So we will just discuss the impound numbers
okay.
and what the swab.
I wanted to get on one that was like, there's, you thought it was weird. But yeah, I think it's Lori was doing all the coughing out.
Because according to Tammy Lachek's report, she is the one that took the blood blot from Alex Cox. So we're going to just have our same objection to the Crawford that it's missing because she's not here to testify against it, about it. If Detective Pillar did witness that, I understand that, but it's not the same thing as her telling us how she did it, when she did it, why she did it, how that was processed.
Okay. The evidence, as I understand it, or the testimony as I understand it, is that Emmy Lynn Sapinoso is just simply going to testify that she received a clot, a sample of blood or a blood clot, and then created the profile. Okay, so not to put the cart before the horse, but that's all she's testifying to at this point. So I understand your objection. I don't think we're to that point because they're not admitting it into evidence yet. So anything else?
Just that, is that not confusing to the jury to do it that
It could
out
be a
of
little,
order?
it could be a little confusing in that it's not a linear presentation of how things happened, but the state isn't required to call the witnesses in that that type of sequence if they're not able to. So
Your Honor, obviously, because we started 2 days late last week due to the defendant, it did throw the state's case off. We would have already had Detective Pillar already testifying and done before today. So
okay.
we're doing what we can with what we got.
All right, let's bring the jury in.
Bring the old jury in.
All right, for the jury.
Y'all see Brandon there?
All right, please be
And
seated. The
Kay.
jury's back. Again, we're still taking witnesses out of order. We'll get back to Detective Pillar hopefully this afternoon. Go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Lori is going to miss us so much. Oh, 100% she is. She's already getting fidgety over it.
All right, you're going to come right up here and my clerk will swear you in.
Can you please state and spell your first and last name? Thank you. Raise your right hand. Do you do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. Up around the court reporter up there.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Emmy Lynn Sapinoso.
And where do you currently work?
I currently work at the Orange County District Attorney's Office in California as a forensic scientist.
Where did you work back in 2019?
In 2019, so prior to my current job, I was a forensic scientist at Mesa Forensic Services in Mesa, Arizona.
What did you do at Mesa Forensic Services?
I was a forensic scientist there where I did serology, DNA analysis. I was the biology technical leader for 7 years, the last 7 years, and I did blood stain pattern analysis at crime scenes, and I was also a forensic artist the last year I was there.
Can you tell us your training and education to work as a forensic scientist in the area of DNA?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology and a master's degree in forensic science.
While working for the Mesa Police Department, did you undergo training to learn how to develop DNA profiles from samples?
Yes, I did. So most of my training was done in-house by other forensic scientists in our unit. And aside from that, I've gone to like external trainings, and I'm required to do at least 8 hours continuing education every year.
And back when you were working as a forensic services, was that for the Mesa Police Department?
Yes, it was.
Did you, while you were at the Mesa Police Department Forensic Services, undergo those same types of trainings, ongoing trainings, internal and external?
Yes.
Now, in the area of DNA, can you talk to us about first sort of DNA and what different, I guess, biological sources can be used to find DNA?
So DNA is what makes each person a human being. It comes from your parents. Half of it is from your mom. The other half is from your dad. The DNA analysis that's performed at a forensic laboratory is typically from biological fluids like blood, semen, saliva, and can also be collected from touch DNA or items that people touch and leave their skin cells on.
Now, was one part of your job to develop a DNA profile from what we call a known source of DNA?
Yes.
Can you tell us first what a known source means?
A known source of DNA is a sample that's collected directly from an individual.
And what do we mean by a DNA profile?
DNA profile is the result that is obtained after DNA analysis is performed in the laboratory.
As a forensic scientist working for the Mesa Police Department, would the job sometimes be split where one forensic scientist would be required to create a DNA profile from a known, and another one might create DNA profiles from unknown or items collected at a scene?
Yes, so that's pretty typical. It just depends on which forensic scientist is available to perform the work at any given time.
When you were working there back in 2019, did the Mesa Police Department contract to do DNA work for the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes.
In this case that we're talking about, did you perform the creating a DNA profile for a single known source for Alexander Cox?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided with a property item 647961 from Alexander Cox?
Yes, so the Mesa reports will have a letter G in front of that to identify it as a Gilbert item.
Okay. And was that when you receive an item such as a blood blot, can you explain to us how you get that from the Gilbert Police Department? Is it sealed? Is it protected? What do they do to get that to you?
Yes, so the Mesa Forensic Services Laboratory has laboratory technicians who go over to the Gilbert Police Department to their evidence section to pick up any evidence that we need to do forensic analysis on. That then our laboratory technician brings the evidence back to the Mesa Forensic Services Laboratory, where it gets stored in the proper location for a forensic scientist to analyze. And any packaging or the way it's sealed is noted in our notes, and we ensure that it's properly sealed with evidence tape or tape that's marked with the person's initials and date who sealed it.
So when you received the blood blot that item 647961, was that in a sealed evidence envelope?
Yes, it was.
Was it dated and signed to reflect that it was impounded by Gilbert Police Department?
Yes.
So when you receive a blood blot, can you tell us what that is?
Blood blot is typically taken from a coroner's office. They put it on sort of like a round filter paper where they put just spots of blood on there. And then when we get it in the laboratory, we take that filter paper and we take a cutting of the blood that's on that filter paper to forward for DNA analysis.
Is that what you did in this case?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to create a DNA profile from that blood blot from Alexander Cox?
Yes.
Were you asked to do any other analysis with regards to that DNA profile for Alexander Cox?
No, I did not.
Was that profile that you created documented in your report, in the notes, so that it could be reviewed by another analyst in any type of comparisons?
Yes.
Did that basically end your involvement with regards to this case and Alexander Cox?
Yes.
The state has no other questions for this witness.
Cross?
No questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? Not seeing any. You can step down. Thank you. State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
Jury's like, yeah, we're good. We don't have any questions about any of this. Thanks, Summer. I appreciate that. Thanks, Christina.
All right, you're going to come right up here in front of my clerk and be sworn in.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name? Lisaperry. Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. On the court order of the record.
Very determined walk up to that stand, like we're getting down to business kind of thing.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Perry.
Where do you work?
I work for Mesa Police Forensic Services.
How long have you worked there?
It'll be 23 years next month.
And what are your current duties?
My current duties are to supervise the evidence processing unit.
What were your duties back in 2019 and 2020?
I was a forensic scientist assigned to the biology unit, which meant that I analyzed evidence of a crime for the presence of biological materials, substances that would yield a DNA profile, be it skin cells or a body fluid.
Can you tell us your education and training to work in that area?
Yes, I have a science background with a bachelor's of science in marine biology with a chemistry minor from Western Washington University. After some times in some biotechnology labs, I started my career with Mesa Forensics, where I entered their rigorous internal training program. After completion of that by qualified analysts, I also took training by the California Criminalistics Institute and National Forensic Science Technology Center in body fluid identification.
Back in January, end of December, January of 2020, were you responsible for often preparing swabs that were taken at scenes of potential biological material for DNA testing?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us a little bit about what that means and what that process is?
When swabs have already been collected at a scene, what I will do is receive them from our evidence section, or they'll be transferred to us from another agency's evidence section. I will prepare my workspace to handle the evidence, meaning that I will we will wear a lab coat and goggles and gloves and things that will protect me from the evidence, and the evidence will be protected from me. I will clean my lab space with 90% bleach solution. I will put down clean paper and have sterile utensils that I will work on to analyze the items of evidence. When I look at the item of evidence, I'm going to take detailed notes and then open it up, identify the contents, take copious notes again, and then I'm going to remove swab material from those sticks. They are similar to like a sterile Q-tip. So that is what I'm receiving. I'm going to remove that swab material from those sticks and portion half of it to go forward for DNA analysis, and the other half is going to be retained should further testing ever be required. And then that little tube will go into a sealed envelope in order for a DNA analyst to analyze it.
Going back to January, I think 2nd of 2020, were you provided with several swabs from the Gilbert Police Department in relation to this case?
Yes, I was.
And were those swabs, can you tell us, are they sealed? How do you know that they haven't been tampered with when you received them?
Well, I would need to refer to my specific notes, but my notes would indicate whether or not they had been tampered, how they appeared, the packaging appeared, and I make notes that they are properly tape sealed, dated, and initialed with an integrity seal.
So you are the one that has to unseal them and open them up.
Yes,
Would looking at your notes help refresh your recollection as to whether or not that occurred here?
it would.
Do you have a copy of them up there with you?
I do. May
If
I
you
look
could
at them?
Take a look at them to refresh your recollection and let us know after you're done with that.
Go ahead.
And each item still had its integrity seal. I noted how it was packaged, what it was labeled, and nothing appeared to have been tampered with.
Were you provided with a swab 645889 indicated as a swab from a steering wheel?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with a swab 6458 swab from the driver's side seatbelt?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with a swab 645893 swab from the gear shift?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with a swab 645890 from the passenger side interior door handle?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with swab 645895 swabs from the lug nuts of a spare tire?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with swab 645896, a swab from the driver's side interior handle?
Yes, I was.
What did you do then specifically in this case with each of those swabs?
As I stated previously, I would remove that swab material from each of the swab sticks. I would portion out half of it to go forward in a tube for DNA analysis. It would be labeled with its original parent property ID number that she just listed off, plus an extra set of letters to identify that it came from that parent item. So the number she provided is the parent. And then I basically made what we call babies, little cuttings that came off of that. So it would add an AA that would go forward for DNA analysis, and it would have an AB that was going to be retained in the lab should the future testing ever be necessary. So I put it in a tube. I had that label on that. That label went into a clear envelope that I heat sealed and had my integrity seal, my date and initials on top of that. And then that went into the DNA queue for another analyst.
So at the Mesa Police Department at that time, would another analyst come in and take those cuttings that you created to attempt to create DNA profiles from each of those items?
That is what would happen, yes.
And so in terms of your involvement, were you involved in doing any type of analysis for this case?
No, I wasn't, just preparing the samples.
And did that sort of end your involvement in this case, creating those cuttings?
Yes, it did.
Thank you. The state has no further questions for this witness.
Cross?
No questions, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness from the jury? I don't see any. You can step down.
Okay, thank you.
Lori said hard pass. She said hard pass. I'm not gonna even ask her what time it is. I ain't even asking her for some Skittles, okay? Hard pass. Just the notebook alone that she carried was enough to scare me, okay? Lori's like, is the next person going to carry a notebook like that? Because I'm not asking them questions if they have a notebook. No, I swear, if they have a notebook, I'm going to ask the judge to be replaced if they have a notebook. He can't let them do that.
Maryanne Rob.
All right, go ahead and come up here in front of my clerk.
The clerk's like, hey.
And spell your first and last name?
My name is Maryanne Rob, M-A-R-I-A-N-N-E, R-O-B-B.
Thank you. Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Lori's like, she's got a stack of papers. She can't have that stack of papers. A notebook and now papers? No, this is not fair.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name is Maryanne Rob. I am a retired police officer with the town of Gilbert, Arizona.
When did you retire?
Retired July 9th, 2021.
How long did you work for the Gilbert Police Department?
I was with Gilbert 26 years and a law enforcement officer in Arizona for 34 years.
Where did you work prior to Gilbert?
Started with Mesa Police Department back in 1988, and then I was Pine Top Lakeside Police Department for 6.5 years, and started with Gilbert PD in 1995.
She knows these streets. She's
were
been
your
working this
duties
beat since
at Gilbert Police
1995.
Pretty much patrol. Most of my career was patrol. I was also a crime prevention officer for approximately a year and a half. I was also an arson detective and a property crimes detective for approximately 3 years.
Were you on duty on October 2nd of 2019 around 9:15 in the morning?
Yes, I was.
At that time, did you
Yeah, I like her a
respond
lot.
to a 911 call of a shooting at 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yeah, she's from the body
Yes, sir.
cam footage.
Can you describe for us what you saw when you arrived at 3875 East Phelps Street?
There was a gentleman standing pretty much in the street, just in front of his home. There was also a dark-colored Tesla vehicle that was parked there, and I noticed that just to the driver's door on the ground was a window that was laying on the ground.
Was the Tesla in the road or in the driveway when you arrived?
It was in the driveway.
When you first arrived there, did you speak with this individual you saw on the road?
Yes, I did.
Who was that?
He identified himself as Brandon Boudreaux.
After speaking with Brandon Boudreaux for a while, did you go look at the Tesla?
Yes, I did.
Now, prior to looking at the Tesla, did you have a lot of information about the type of gun or the shooting or anything like that?
Just what dispatch gave us while en route to the call. Don't know, did not have what type, an actual specific type of weapon, but we knew it was some type of weapon, possibly a rifle. And that's pretty much all we had.
Okay. Were you solo when you arrived? Was there any other officers with you initially?
Not initially, it was just myself.
Okay. When you went up to the Tesla, can you tell us what you saw and where?
The Tesla, the vehicle itself was all closed up. All the doors were shut. And I looked up onto the frame of the actual car. Just above would be where the headrest is, but it's on the outside where the frame is of the car. And I noticed that there was a hole in the top of the car, and it looked to me like it was a bullet hole.
Now, in your 34 years as a police officer, have you seen bullet holes in vehicles before?
Yes, I have.
As a law enforcement officer, we obviously know you carry a weapon. Do you also have your own guns and shoot, I guess, personally?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So when you saw this hole in the Tesla, and I'm going to put up Exhibit 26. I'll pull it out a little. Is this what you saw?
Yes, I did, exactly.
So you told us when you saw this, you recognized it as a bullet hole.
Yes.
Had Mr. Boudreau, when you first contacted him, said anything about a BB gun or something like that?
I made a comment about that. At first, he thought maybe it could have been a BB gun because he noticed that his windshield or his driver's side window kind of shattered.
Did he indicate that anything had come in and hit him, like whether there was a hole through the window?
No.
So you go up to this hole, this bullet hole. Did you think that was made by a BB gun?
Definitely not. No.
Did Brandon come up with you to look at his vehicle?
He did after
Okay.
I initially looked at it.
And did he make any statement when he saw you looking at that hole?
He says he definitely wasn't a BB gun or pellet gun or paintball gun. Nothing like that.
Do you recall him saying that he hadn't seen that before you pointing it out?
Oh, that's correct, yes.
So when he first came up and saw you looking at that, did he indicate, oh, wow, I didn't see that?
Yes, he did.
Did you initially utilize your flashlight to try to see if you could find an exit or the projectile in there?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to find an exit at that point?
No.
Did you in fact ask him to open up the rear door of the Tesla so you could look and see if there was any exit into the car?
Yes, I did.
Did you find an exit?
I did not.
Did you then use a pen to try to see if you could find an exit or a projectile in there?
I used my pen also to see if I could figure out the trajectory of where the bullet, so I can think of, okay, where can I possibly locate that bullet? So that's why I put my pen in there to try to figure out what was the way it was traveling in the car to see if I can find.
Once you realize that there's this bullet hole in the frame of the Tesla vehicle, did you go back to your vehicle to do anything?
Yes, I did.
What did you go back to your vehicle to do?
Well, I made a phone call to one of my officers that was also in the area looking for a suspect vehicle. And I explained to him that this is no BB gun. This is an actual bullet hole. And we do have a crime here. So I asked him if he would come over to my location to assist me in starting basically a crime scene.
Okay. Did you want him to look at that as well?
Oh, yes,
Help you to see if there was an exit or anything like that as well?
correct.
Did you get a camera to try to take some photographs as well to document what you were seeing right then?
I took some photographs. I used my we have an iPhone, and I was using that, and I was taking pictures of the whole scene.
Okay. Now, when you were looking at this bullet hole and then you came back, I guess prior to leaving, did you ask Brandon about that glass that was next to the vehicle?
I did. I thought maybe he took the glass out and put it on the ground, and he said no. What occurred was, as he pulled into his driveway after the incident occurred and he knew that the other vehicle was gone, he pulled into his driveway. Well, the Teslas I guess as soon as he puts his car into park, his driver's door automatically opens. And that's when he said that, as you can see on the, what would be, I guess, the right-hand side is when, yes, the actual window, the passenger, or the driver's window just fell out onto the driveway there.
Did you actually ask him if he had moved it to make sure it was where it landed?
Yes, I made sure he didn't touch it, and I asked him that.
Okay, so did he indicate he had not touched it or moved it?
No, it was where it fell out of his car is where it laid.
Okay. When you first contacted Brandon initially in the street to the time when you showed him the bullet hole and came back, can you tell us his demeanor over that time span from when you first contacted him to after you made that call and came back and had contact with him?
He was kind of bewildered. He didn't know what exactly happened. He was very quiet and concerned and didn't know how to react on this because he had no idea what in the world happened. You know, the car, this something, the window falls out of the car when he opens the door, and he's like, he's just kind of bewildered on like what in the world took place just a few minutes ago.
When you came back after you had showed him the bullet hole, went and made the call and returned, did you see a change in his demeanor?
Yes, I did.
What did you note then?
Well, I noticed when I showed him the bullet hole and all, he's like, first of all, he said, well, that definitely isn't a BB gun. And I explained, no, it's not. He then says, I need to sit down, because I was asking him some more questions. He goes, I just need a minute. I just need to sit down. I asked him if he wanted a chair. He says, no, I just need a minute. So I just had him sit down right there in the driveway area and just let him gather himself for a few minutes.
Did you notice anything with his hands?
He was quite shaken.
So you saw his hands physically shaking?
Yes.
At some point, did you ask Brandon to give you a description of the vehicle that he said shot at him?
Yes, I did.
What did he give you in terms of a description?
It was the description was a green, a kind of a darkish green Jeep Wrangler. And he said that as he was driving westbound on his street, Phelps, the back window of this Jeep just kind of flew open, and he noticed that there was a muzzle of some type of weapon that was pointing out at his vehicle. He thought maybe there was a silencer, but there was a very loud bang from that. After that happened, his window shattered, and he just got scared, so he just took off and went around the block, went westbound and around the block. Where this all took place is he said that this green Jeep Wrangler was parked westbound, and if we can see that it was on, that would be kind of the south side. It was parked on his side of the street, and it was pretty much face to face with that white minivan. So it was basically parked the wrong way on the roadway. And that's where it was parked there. It was pretty much, he said it was right up against the minivan. And that's when he saw the back window pop open. And that's when that gun pointed at him, and he heard a very loud bang, saw his window shatter. And then he, like I said, he just kept going westbound to the next street over, made a turn northbound on that street, and basically stopped. Because he just called 911 and got 911 on, they were talking 911.
Let me ask you a little bit about, did he tell you this Jeep Wrangler, if it was a 2 or 4-door?
It was a 2-door.
Did he tell you anything about the license plate on the vehicle?
Yes, the license plate he didn't have the numbers, but it definitely was a Texas license plate.
When he talked about the type of gun that came out, did he tell you if he thought it was a handgun or a rifle?
It had a long barrel, so he said he was believing it was a rifle.
Okay. So he talked to you about the Jeep being right in this area in front of this white vehicle we see in Exhibit 14?
Yes, that is correct.
Did he also sort of present to you approximately where he was when he sees this window open and the rifle barrel appear?
If you see the cones right here, I believe detectives must have put them on right where that first cone exactly. That's where he started making that left into, he started going into his driveway. And that is when the shot occurred.
Okay. And then he continued straight?
He did. He just kept going straight because he had no idea what was happening. So he just got out of the area and headed west on Phelps.
Now, Detective, you told us obviously you've been a law enforcement officer, or I'm sorry, officer, retired officer for more than 30 years. Have you fired a rifle?
Yes, numerous times. I'm an avid hunter.
When you fire a single shot from a rifle, will a casing always eject?
No, it depends on what rifle you're shooting. If you have a bolt action rifle, if you shoot, it's good. You need to manually open up the bolt. The casing will go out, will eject, and then you would put another bolt, or you'd close the bolt and put another round in your gun. If it's a semi-automatic rifle, then yes, as soon as you shoot, the casing will pop out and another bullet will go into the chamber.
Okay. Based upon what Brandon had told you, that he only saw the end of the barrel come out the back window, did you expect to find a casing around here?
No, not at all.
Why not?
Well, it's a Jeep, and I also have a Jeep Wrangler myself, but if the barrel is just kind of right out by the end of the Jeep where the window goes up, the rest of the rifle's inside the Jeep. So wherever that person is, whether it's in the driver's seat, well, if it's two-door, it's got to be the driver's seat, passenger seat area. As soon as the rifle is fired, the bullet comes out, it's going to be right inside the Jeep. It's not going to go out the back end because it's a long rifle. So the casing, if it was a semi-auto, it's going to have fallen right there somewhere, the driver's seat or maybe in between the passenger seat in that area.
Did you in fact tell the other officers and sergeants that arrived at the scene that you didn't expect to find a casing because of that reason?
That is correct, yes.
You told us that you have a Jeep Wrangler yourself.
Yes.
In order to open that back window, do you have to remove the rear tire if you want to just open the window? And
Yes, I mean, even if you didn't have a rear tire, you got to open up the tailgate. The tailgate comes first, then the window would pop up.
Okay. So if there's a tire on it and you want to open just the window, it would hit the tire.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. After, I guess, as you are collecting this information, did you call to have detectives come to arrive at the scene?
Yes, I went back in my patrol car, contacted my sergeant, advised him what I had, and the detectives were dispatched out to the scene.
Now, while you were sort of the person who was having contact with Brandon, and you're observing him having to sit down and shaking, did you talk to him about whether or not he needed someone to come be there with him?
Yes, I asked him if he needed a bottle of water. I asked him if there was maybe a family member or a friend that could be with him during this investigation.
And did, at some point during the time you were here, did a couple of his friends show up?
Yes, they did.
Okay. As this investigation was going on, once you realized this was really a bullet hole, we see some yellow tape here. What is that?
That is crime scene tape. At the time, we knew that we now have a crime scene. So what we'll do is put the tape in the area that we feel that is part of the actual crime scene. So no other whether they're officers, the public, or anybody cannot come into that area. And it's an area that detectives and officers can search without it being contaminated by people coming in, going in that area.
In fact, did one of Brandon's friends sort of arrive while he was initially here, and he was kind of asked to move back away from the scene some?
That is correct, yes.
And so we can see here, the yellow tape is sort of behind where you have explained the Jeep was located according to Brandon.
Yes.
Now, did you have a couple different contacts with Brandon as you were gathering information and sort of going back to your car and making some calls?
Yes, I had contact with him in front of his home, and also when we had him and his friends go across the street and sit on the grass in the neighbor's house.
Before he went across the street to sit, did you did you talk to Brandon about who he thought might have been responsible for this?
Yeah, I asked him if he had any enemies that would be doing this.
And so because of the way that he talked to you about this, where Jeep is parked there and he arrives and the door comes open and a barrel of a rifle comes out, were you trying to determine who might be the person doing that?
That is correct, yes.
Did Brandon tell you that the only thing he could think of was his soon-to-be ex-wife's family?
Yes, he did.
Did he tell you that he thought this might be in relation to an incident that occurred in Chandler?
Yes, he did.
Did he provide you the names of people who were involved in that incident that he thought might be involved in his shooting?
Yes, he did. He said Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
During your conversation later with Brandon, did he provide you information that Lori Vallow and her husband at the time, Charles Vallow, had previously lived in Texas?
Yes, she did.
Was that significant to you, given the fact he told you the Jeep had Texas plates?
Exactly. If these folks are from Texas, Texas plates, it's a good possibility two and two together that possibly could be the suspect.
Was that all things that you were passing along to the sergeants for them to brief to the detectives?
That is correct, yes.
Did you talk to Brandon about when he had moved into this residence, how long he'd been here?
Yes, I did.
And did he advise you that well, let me ask you, this was October 2nd was a Wednesday, right?
Yeah,
Did he tell you he had just moved in the prior Wednesday?
that is correct. He's moving in Wednesday, Thursday area, yes, of the week before.
So the Wednesday and Thursday, he had been physically moving into this house?
That is correct, yes.
Did you go through Brandon's morning routine on that day, October 2nd?
Yes, I did.
And did he talk to you about his timeline of leaving at 7:25 to take his kids to school?
Yes,
Did he tell you about dropping off his youngest with his soon-to-be ex-wife?
yes, he did.
Now, and did you again relay all of that to the sergeants to be briefed to the detectives?
That is correct, yes.
Were you taking notes of that as you were speaking with him?
Yes, from the minute I started until I left the scene, I was taking notes.
Were you also wearing a body cam?
Yes, I was.
So was that also recording that?
Yes,
You told us that at some point Brandon and his friends moved across the street to sort of get out of the scene.
yes, that's correct.
And were they sort of sitting under a tree in some shade?
Yes,
Did you at some point talk to the neighbor whose, I guess, yard y'all were sitting in?
yes, I did.
Did you look for and ask for any cameras at her house?
Yes.
Did you find any?
No, there were no cameras.
And did you just remain with Brandon Boudreaux and his friends until detectives came to meet and interview with him?
Yes, I did.
State has no other questions. Your Honor.
Ain't no way.
Cross.
She's like, she has the notebook. Okay, well, let me get my Post-it. Are you sure? Even though she has the notebook and talks like that, like, should I ask her? Go up there and just ask her this. Start off light. Like, what did she have for lunch? Kind of. Okay, here I go. Okay, I got this. I've got my Post-its. I can do this. I can't believe she's going to question her.
Officer Rob, is it okay if I call you that since you're
That is fine.
retired? Okay.
Thank you, Lisa. Yes.
Officer Rob, when you had stated that you saw a gentleman standing in the street, is that correct?
That is correct.
How far in the street was Brandon when you pulled up?
From the sidewalk,
Yeah.
maybe 2-3 feet, maybe.
Okay. So closer to the driveway side?
I would assume so, yes. I'd say maybe a couple feet east of the driveway and about maybe 2 or 3 feet into the street.
Okay. And then where did you park when you drove up?
Across the street.
And then did you talk to Brandon in the street? Did you guys go into the driveway? What happened at that point?
I started talking to him because he was still on the phone. He was in the street and I had him walk onto the sidewalk, which was a lot safer than being in the street, and tell me what was happening.
Okay, so you said he was on the phone when you came up?
Yes.
So he ended that call and then moved, or he was on the phone still when he moved to the driveway?
Now, when I arrived, I believe he was talking to our 911 dispatch. When I arrived and told him what was happening, he hung up with the dispatch.
Okay. And then how long did you talk before you went over to look at the Tesla?
I couldn't give you maybe 4 or 5 minutes or so.
Okay. And then when you looked at the Tesla and you put your pen in the Tesla and kind of wiggled it around, were you looking for the projectile in there?
I was looking for the projectile, and I was also looking for the trajectory of how that bullet went in so I could figure out where in the vehicle it might, if it did exit, where it could have exited.
Like to see if the hole went through possibly into the car?
No, I'm just looking to see which way the bullet was going in the car, so if we can find it, where in the vehicle it could have been.
Okay. So did you, I mean, is that kind of a typical thing that you stick your pin in there to find trajectory?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you didn't think that could do anything to dislodge any of the projectiles or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
And did you find any large projectiles within that hole?
I did not.
And you didn't find any of the projectiles, is that correct? You didn't extract them out of there?
That's correct. No, I did not.
Someone did that later?
I don't know.
Okay. And so did you figure out the trajectory with your pen?
I could see which way it went into the vehicle.
And which way was that?
I believe it went up. I don't have the picture in front of me, so I don't know. It's kind of hard to try to explain. But where the driver would have been and his head would have been right here. The projectile or the bullet hole was approximately maybe 1.5 to 2 inches above where Brandon's head would have been in the driver's seat. And it went up, and it would have been kind of an upward motion into the frame of the car.
An upward motion.
Kind of going up like this.
Okay. And how big was that actual hole that you viewed with your eyes?
I did not measure it, but it was definitely a rifle round.
Okay. So in your experience with rifles, how big would the rifle bullet be to have to make that size of a hole? Like a typical rifle bullet or something bigger? I don't know much about bullets.
If you want me to guess, I would say maybe a 30-06.
Okay. And so did you give these trajectory points to when you were briefing the detectives when they got there, what you thought the trajectory was?
I did not, because they could easily see what was, where the trajectory was. I let them make their determination.
And then did you look for, I know that you had asked him, you said you had asked him to open up the back seat, is that correct? The back door
Yes,
to the back seat? And what did you find inside the back seat? Anything?
no.
How about glass?
Which glass, in the back seat or in the back of the back door, you mean?
Yeah.
No, it was fully intact.
Well, I mean, just, was there any glass in the back seat of the car?
No,
So was there glass in the front seat of the car?
I don't recall that. I don't remember.
And there was some glass on the flooring?
There was glass on the outside. I couldn't tell you if there was anything inside the vehicle. I don't recall that.
Okay. And Brandon had told you, or had conveyed to you that the window had fallen out when the door opened. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And it had not been moved at all?
It has not.
And did you move it at all?
I did not.
Did you see any of the detectives move it?
I did not.
Was it basically intact and just shattered to your view?
It looked like it. I didn't see a bunch of little pieces. It looked like it was what would be a what is that, a tint, and how it shatters and it just stays in one big piece, and it's just on the ground right up there in the driveway.
Okay. And in that glass, did you see a bullet hole at all?
I didn't touch the glass.
Just looking, did you see a hole where like the bullet had gone through the glass?
No, I did not.
And you never found any kind of part of the projectile or saw an exit for the projectile anywhere in the vehicle?
That is correct.
So it looked like it stopped inside the frame. Is that what you were assessing?
Possibility, yes.
Okay. And you had said before that Brandon had thought it might be a BB gun. He'd indicated that to you?
He did.
And did he indicate to you about seeing a little boy outside?
Nothing like that, no.
Okay. Or that it was possibly a paintball gun?
They made a comment, yes.
And then you had stated that you put a flashlight in there to see if there was an exit. Is that correct?
Let's see if I saw anything inside a projectile or anything in that hole. I did.
And you didn't see any kind of exit hole with the flashlight?
That's correct.
Okay. You had stated that when Brandon's first friend showed up, that he was inside the crime scene tape. Is that correct?
Don't believe the crime scene tape was put up quite yet.
Okay, but he was walking right by the vehicle, by the Tesla. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And then are you aware that there was one piece of glass found in the street?
I could not tell you that. I don't know.
So if Brandon and his friends were walking around in that before the crime scene tape was put up, it could possibly have been kicked or moved by a shoe.
A possibility.
Yeah. Did Brandon go from where the Tesla was to back to the street and back and forth? Or,
I don't believe so. I think he pretty much stayed on that sidewalk.
okay.
I remember.
But initially he was standing in the street.
That is correct.
Did you think that was odd since someone just shot at him? That he would be standing out in the middle of the street where someone could come back around the bend?
Object to speculation.
Sustained.
You had stated that Brandon had conveyed to you that he had no idea what had happened. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so he was bewildered. Is that what word you used?
Yes,
And that he had described the vehicle that had shot at him as a darkish green Jeep Wrangler.
that is correct.
And so did he not say puke green to you?
I can't recall if he said puke green.
And then did he go and get his phone and show you a color of a green and said camo green?
That is correct.
Okay. So he actually showed you a picture of the green color.
He didn't show me, he was looking at his phone, and there was another officer, Officer Bullock, myself, we're looking at, and that's the color that he was looking at, and he said camo green.
Okay. So, but you saw the picture of the camo green that he was showing to Officer Bullock?
I don't believe so, no.
But you heard him say the word camo green?
That is correct.
Okay. And then you said something about that he saw a silencer but heard a loud bang.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. If there was a silencer, would there be a loud bang?
Couldn't tell you. I don't know if silencer on a rifle, I have no idea. I've never heard silencer on a rifle, so I can't answer that.
In all your shooting experience, you've never used one or had known anything about them?
Not a silencer. I know a silencer on a handgun, but not on a rifle, so I don't know how loud or how quiet it would be.
Okay. And so if you're inside a car, like a nice car, right, like a Tesla, and all the windows are shut, the doors are shut, maybe you have the radio on, you might not even hear a loud, I mean, if there was a silencer, you might not even hear a loud bang at all. Wouldn't that be true?
Again, to speculation, since she's already indicated she doesn't
Hold on,
know.
she testified she hasn't experienced a silencer on a rifle, so the objection's sustained.
In your estimation of looking at the crime scene, because you were first on the scene, is that correct?
Yes,
That how far away would the back of the Jeep have been to where the shot occurred when Brandon was turning into the driveway, in your estimation?
I did not, and an estimate, maybe 10 feet?
Okay. So would it be hard, someone has shot rifles, right? Hard to hit your target at 10 feet away with a rifle?
No, I don't think so.
And you had stated that you didn't think that there would be a casing anywhere on the ground, but they did canvass for a casing anyway, isn't that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And were you part of the side-by-side walking down the road looking for any kind of projectile or casings that went around the block?
No,
Okay. Those 11 other officers?
I don't know how many. There were officers, but I couldn't tell you how many.
But you did not participate in that?
That is correct.
Okay. Were you gone by that point, or you were still there working the scene?
I don't know what time they started that, so I couldn't tell you that.
Did you see them doing that?
I did not in front of the house. No, I did not.
So you didn't witness any of those people walking the whole block to search for things?
That's correct. I did not.
Okay. So it could have been done after possibly you left the scene?
Yes?
Okay. About how long do you think that you were there at the scene?
I couldn't tell you. I'd have to look at my notes. Got to be at least an hour, maybe two.
Okay. And what was your role after you spoke to Brandon, briefed the detectives, then what were you doing?
I just stood on the grassy area on the other side of the road where Brandon and his two friends were sitting on the grass.
And you had mentioned something about, did you talk to some neighbors? Is that correct?
There was a neighbor that came out of her door, and she was standing at her front entrance to her house.
And you spoke with her?
I did.
And did you come back and follow up with any of the neighbors?
Not with not just her, not with any other neighbors.
Did you go follow up with her?
No, I did not.
And you stated, so when you were speaking to Brandon initially, when did he call his friends to come over?
It was after I went back into my patrol car, came back out, maybe 10 minutes later or so. I assume he was on the phone and contacted him at that time.
Okay. And did you discuss that with him, like, go ahead and call your friends or call someone to come be with you?
No, I told him, do you need me to call someone for you to be with you?
Okay. And he decided to do that himself?
I assume so, yes.
Okay. You had stated something about that he was at the front of the house. So before he was under the tree, he was sitting at the front of the house? Is that correct?
When I initially arrived,
No, after you spoke to him for the first few minutes.
that is correct, yes.
Okay. And did you enter the house at all?
I did not.
Did you enter the garage at all?
No.
And in your notes, did you write a report?
I did.
Is the neighbor that you spoke to Samantha Baybach?
Can I look at my report to refresh my memory? Because I couldn't tell you right off.
Sure.
She has it. She has it.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. She's just gonna look at it, right?
Can you ask that question again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, is the neighbor that you talked to's name Samantha Baybach?
Raybuck,
Oh,
yes.
Raybuck. Okay, I must have that wrong. And did she convey to you,
Object to hearsay.
Sounds like that's where it was going. Sustained.
did you learn that someone in the neighborhood thought there was a dark blue
Object
Jeep?
Again to hearsay.
Sustained.
Did she give you any relevant information that was used in your investigation?
She really didn't give me really any information on that. I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Did you use any information that you received from Samantha Raybach in your investigation?
I gave that information to the detective.
And would that be Detective Pillar?
I don't remember there was a lot of detectives. I don't remember exactly who I spoke with to give that information to.
Okay. And Detective Pillar is the case agent, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And so is that kind of who you report to, though? If there's anything going on, you kind of go to the case agent?
I would, yes.
And so have you spoken to Detective Pillar about this case since October 2nd, 2019?
No,
So he's never asked you any follow-up questions or anything about the case?
no.
So in your report, you wrote your report and just handed it over, and that was that?
It submitted it and that was it. Yes, correct.
Okay. And in your report, do you remember reporting that it was like pukey green?
I would have to get a recollection. I'm not sure about that.
So you're refreshing your memory by looking at your report?
Yes, sir. I do see green. I don't believe it's pukey green.
I thought that was funny. Okay, so no one that you spoke to, Officer Rob, other than Brandon, heard a loud bang. Is that correct?
I object to hearsay.
I'll sustain, you can rephrase that.
The only witness you have that heard a loud bang was Brandon. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Brandon also stated that he thought there was a silencer on the gun. Is that correct?
He did. He said there was something in the front that he believed was a silencer.
Okay. No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
When you were talking to Brandon, he was talking about thinking it was maybe a BB gun. Was he indicating that he thought this because nothing came into his car, like there was no hole through his window into his vehicle?
That is correct.
When you are the first officer on scene, did it become clear to you when you went up to the Tesla that he had no idea there was a bullet hole in his vehicle?
That is correct, yes.
When you were talking about Brandon's demeanor, about him having sort of no idea what happened, you're not saying that he didn't know what occurred that day, that he wasn't able to tell you what he saw and what happened as he drove up, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So was Brandon able to tell you turned onto a street and saw this Jeep?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Was Brandon able to tell you what happened when he turned onto a street and saw the Jeep there?
Yes, he did that.
He was able to tell you about seeing that back window come up.
Correct.
And he was able to tell you about seeing the rifle barrel come out.
Yes,
He was able to tell you about the rifle barrel having what he thought was a silencer at the end.
that is correct.
And then he was able to tell you that he heard that loud bang and his window shattered,
That is correct.
and that after that he went straight.
Yes, that's correct.
And he was able to give you the description of the Jeep Wrangler,
Yes,
2 doors,
yes,
that it had that Texas license plate on it,
that's correct.
the direction and location where it was parked.
Yes,
Did Brandon tell you that his car was still moving when the bullet struck his car?
I believe he did.
So the person from that back of the Jeep is firing as his vehicle is still moving.
That's correct.
When you were there, you were asked by the defendant about anyone or about Brandon or anyone going into the house or the garage. Was it your understanding that the other officers that were there cleared the house?
They were going to clear the house, yes.
You just didn't participate in that.
That's correct.
What does it mean to clear the house?
It's a possibility, they were thinking there could be somebody in the house, so when they clear the house, they're actually searching room to room in the house to make sure there was no one else there.
Okay, so did Brandon give him permission to go into his house and do whatever they needed to do?
Yes, they did.
When you first drove up on the scene, you said Brandon was in the street on the phone with 911 still?
Yes,
Was he kind of looking as you came up and kind of going towards you?
I believe so.
And then as you walked up to him, did you sort of take him back onto the sidewalk?
Yes, I started explaining, what's going on, and then, yeah, I had him go up on the sidewalk myself.
To kind of just had him follow you up there?
Yes,
And then you said when you started talking with him, he then hung up with 911?
that is correct.
Okay. terms of the distance between the Jeep and the Tesla, was it just a little more than the width of the driveway, basically? I'm going to put up Exhibit 7 here. So if we are talking about the Jeep is here, right?
That is correct, yes.
And this is Brandon's driveway?
Yes,
So did he explain the end of the Jeep was right on the edge of his driveway?
yes, it was.
And so the distance between the end of the Jeep and Brandon's car would be sort of where that, from the end of his driveway to where the cone was?
That's correct. I didn't do any measurements, but just assumption, just looking at it, I'd say maybe approximately 10 feet.
Okay. And then you were not responsible for searching the distance of where Brandon told you he had driven or where he had seen the vehicle, the Jeep, go?
That is correct.
At some point during this, when detectives were there, did you finally get relieved to go do other calls?
Yes, I went back on to my routine patrol, yes.
All right. Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? Write down your question if you have a question. Pass it forward.
I wrote it down.
Would it be easier or harder to hit a closer target?
Actually, if you have a sight, if you're using a scope, it's harder.
All right, any follow-up based on that question, first from the defense,
No, Your Honor.
from the state?
And would the movement of the object you're striking also play into the difficulty of hitting it?
It would be the moving of the vehicles. Also, it depends on whoever is doing the shooting with the rifle. Do they have a rest where they can shoot and everything? Meaning a rest, meaning you put your gun on a stable platform and you're able to shoot where there's when the recoil happens, the gun does not jump. If you're doing it freehand, then a lot of times the gun will kind of go up the recoil and your gun would kind of go in an upward direction.
So if a person is shooting a moving target using a gun that doesn't have a stable platform, the recoil of the rifle could also impact the ability to hit the target.
That is correct. If they're aiming here, a lot of times without the rest, it might just kind of go up just a hair and miss its actual target.
Other questions, Your Honor?
All right, you can step down. We're going to take our afternoon recess for about 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
I'm really, really surprised that Lori questioned her. And then in a sense, I'm not surprised. I just I don't know what to think at this point. I really don't. It's just, I think Lori's just trying not to throw up. Jessica, right? I about fell out when she asked her where she parked. Y'all, I was like, I cannot. Yeah, I think y'all are right. I think it's like the narcissism is entertainment. She's thinking that she's like eating, leaving no crumbs. She was dying, right, Allison? She was dying to know where she parked. She was over there. She has that written down on her little Post-its. And in all actuality, because that one kind of snuck up on me, but it is an obvious, like, where did you park kind of question, right? It's like, I mean, you know, there's a street, there's cars involved. She's pulling up. I mean, it was like screaming for the where did you park question, right? I mean, I was just like, when she did that, I was like, oh my gosh. Oh gosh. True. Erica says you have to remember she's used to living in make-believe land. This is a game to her. So true. So true. Excuse me. I've got the yawns, y'all. I've hit that zone. So I could see, you know, this is like one thing too. Pardon me. When you think about sitting in a chair or whatever, so like this chair that I'm sitting in is not like it's just kind of a cheap little office chair, but it's done its little job. Now, where'd my little thing go? Oh, I'm sitting on it. My gosh, maybe it hasn't. I was like, where did my cushion go? And I'm like, you're sitting on it, Paul. I have this like kind of cushion that we made or whatever for the, you know, the butt part or the back part. What I'm getting at is I can see how, like, you know how gamers have those big fancy like chairs and stuff like that. I can see where if you're sitting in a chair like this, on it, where that would be like more comfortable, if that makes sense. Because at this point, I almost would say, whenever, whenever I do this, like from the sofa or the bed, like when I was propped up in the bed the other day, I think that's more uncomfortable. I don't know how to say. I think it's more uncomfortable because it's like more laid back. Like my body's more achy. And I think maybe because it's like I'm sitting up, like circulation's better. I don't know. Yeah, she definitely. Christy says, have you noticed her copying fits are limited to direct exam only? 100%. Lori is the courtroom cougher. Lori is the courtroom cougher. She is that person. I know, Lori. I was thinking that too. I'm trying to decide. I do have these. Do I have any left in these? I do, right? Oh, that's gross. Oh, that's gross. Yuck, yuck, yuck. That's old. I'm going to do this in a little bit. I'm trying to see if I want more coffee. Can you imagine? You have the lazy boy. Hey, down under. You heard this man talking like, who's in the house? Oh, it's just Paul. You were like, you know what? It's just Paul. Oh, let me read this. Oh, where did that come from? What man is here? Who are you texting? Oh, Emily says, tell us the please hold story. So, yeah, so you know what? I think I need to do some new merch too, and the new stuff of new please hold merch. Hey, Alpha. Like you see, I'll tell the please hold story while we're waiting for those who haven't heard it before. Oh, thank you. Thank you, badass Turo lass. Okay, so the please hold story. So, we know how I say please hold all the time or whatever. So this is many moons ago. Okay, talking like early 20s. So like that's how long ago? Like 2021. I worked for this temporary agency, you know, like a manpower, that kind of thing, whatever. And they would send you to places or whatever, you know, to work. So they sent me to this bank, Centura. It was Centura, the leasing division. I was like, what was that? So, anyways, so I worked there at like the front desk, whatever. And it was like they had a little bank thing, but it was like one little desk. When you walked in, it was like there and then me. So when the bank teller left, people would come in and like ask me a question, but it was mostly just the phone. And it was mostly just that. Then across the thing was like, I don't know what her position was, but I mean, if she was some kind of manager, I don't know. But her name was Heidi. And she was a very, you know, just very nice, Southern, small town, blonde hair, you know, just work with me here, you know, lady. And so we would have this phone. So it's hard to explain, but like pretend my office is right here, and then across the office right here, or the hallway is her office, so you can hear what everybody's saying. You know what I mean? So, anyways, so and this is also one thing you have to keep in mind is these are like, and maybe office phones are still this way probably, but just think like 20 years ago office phones. So somebody's calling, you press the whole thing, and you do. It's not, everything's not automated or whatever, right? So, anyways, so she, meaning Heidi, like if somebody would call, so it's my job to call. So if I missed it, she would get the phone. So what Heidi would do is Heidi would be like, "Thank you for calling Centaur Leeson. This is Heidi. How may I help you?" And she literally talked just like that. It was so adorable. And so she would sit here and be like, I'm putting my glasses on for a minute because my eyes are wearing out. She would sit here and be like, so pretend the phone's a phone, but like an old-fashioned phone, you know what I'm saying? So she would be like, "Oh, I've got a speaker in this thing. I forgot. Sorry." She'd be like, "Thank you for calling Centaur Leeson. This is Heidi. How may I help you?" "Yes. Yes, sir." "All right. Yes, sir. Please hold." And then she'd type the name in or whatever. So you pull the stuff up or whatever. Oh, once you know how like if you're doing something, you look something up, you get their stuff like what's your name, whatever, you type it in, and then you can look at stuff. You kind of need to think for a second. So she'd be like, "Okay, yes, Mr. Paul. Okay, I got you pulled up. What was your question?" "Okay, yes. Okay, what's your payment?" "Okay, yes. Okay. All right, look, please hold. I'm going to look at that." But instead of putting them on a hold, she would sit here with the phone and she would be like, "Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, so August. Yes. Okay, please hold. Mm-hmm. All right, I'm almost. Please hold. Yes. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see it. All right. Okay, please hold one more second." So all I would hear across the hallway constantly was, "Please hold. Yes. Please hold. Oh, one more minute. Please hold." And she would get like anxious about it. And finally one day I was like, "Heidi, why don't you put them on hold?" She's like, "Oh, I just think it's so rude." I was like, I mean, okay. I'm like, but I don't, you're so nice. I don't think they're going to think that. Ever since then, y'all, this is over 20 years ago. Oh, thanks, PG King. Yes, 100% Leslie Jordan. Ever since then, to this day, as y'all all know, we have merch over it. I said, "Please hold." Yes. Okay. Mm-hmm. Please hold. And you can tell when she was reading something. Mm-hmm. Okay, yes, please hold one more second. April of yes, please hold. And I mean, so the whole time I'm like, are they yelling at you on the other line? You know what I mean? Like, why do you keep saying that? Whatever, just to remind them. I was like, God knows what these people are doing on the other. I mean, it was nice, and the human touch, especially fast forward 20 some years later, it was so nice. You know what I'm saying? But it was so funny because again, just my perspective, it's like just like here, if all I could hear from the other office, "Please hold, please hold, oh, please hold," and the way she would get so nervous. And I know that nervousness too. It's like I get it. Oh my God, it was y'all, it was so she was such a oh no, please hold. Literal, please hold. Hold on. My battery's low on this. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to switch them. We're going to switch them. Please hold. We're going to play, literally going to please hold moment right now. Why won't this work? I don't have the right thing. I knew something like this would happen. You can't take me anywhere. Okay, now we're in a literal please hold moment. Okay. Stop. I got the other things. So my earbuds battery died, and the ones that I was using have the old schooler, like I don't know what you call it, but like the charger thing. I don't have that kind here. Luckily, I did think ahead earlier, and this is shocking for me. I charged up these that came with the whatever, my old phone, so they're ready to go, and they're already here. But yeah, the stories from that place, y'all. Oh my gosh. Yeah, because this was like, I remember one time where, I mean, I'm not going to tell personal names over this, obviously. I mean, I didn't remember, but like they did cars and stuff like that. This is like a leasing company, and so like if somebody had to like turn in a car before it's repossessed, they would bring it in. You want to talk about panic? Oh my god. You know, because it's embarrassing. You know what I'm saying? Like it's, this is a low point in somebody's life, obviously, or whatever. And it very rarely happened, but Heidi be like, okay, yeah, okay, we got one drop and one off. Got one drop. I literally made an entire character based around here. Oh wait, here we go.
Want me to just go up there? You got to call me again.
Yeah, why don't you come back up?
Wait, do y'all hear that? I know. So you hear him? I don't hear him on these. Oh, you know what? Hold on. The speakers. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Okay, do y'all still hear it now? Because I switched over to here. Can y'all hear it? Are you ready for
The
it?
jury is now present. The parties are
Are you ready
present.
for
We'll
it?
resume the direct examination that was started with
Wait.
this witness, Mr. Pilar, Detective Pilar, on, I always say your name wrong, Pillar. I have a mental block. That that was started on
That's funny. It's
Friday
not
afternoon.
playing
So go
on
ahead.
here.
Thank you. All right. So last Friday when we broke, we had discussed how you have previously been responsible for collecting gunshot residue or GSR, correct?
Correct.
And that you had been taught and trained how to do that.
Correct.
And we talked about how you also have been responsible to collect or attempt to collect DNA or biological material using swabs.
That's correct.
And you were taught and trained how to do that.
Yes.
I think we also talked about how you have been taught and trained how to collect fingerprints and have done that as well.
Correct.
So next I wanted to talk to you about how you package these items of evidence. And let's start, for instance, with a GSR kit. After you have collected it the way you advised us, how would you package that to ensure its integrity?
So just as a refresher, GSR kit are individual tube-like collection kits, about, again, the size of a shotgun shell. Once you use the adhesive to collect the areas where you believe GSR exists, you put the adhesive side within that tube again, facing inwards, twist it and seal it, and then you would use something called an integrity seal, which is a fancy name for a sticker. sticker that you put on there to provide the location, your initials, and the date of collection.
And is that put in any type of bag then and sealed?
Yes, once the GSR is collected, then it is then sealed in a vacuum sealed type bag.
So the package themselves have a sticker around it that tells you where it's collected from,
Yes,
and then those little vials are put into a plastic bag that itself is also sealed.
correct.
So when the person who is performing any analysis on it receives it, that should all be sealed.
Correct.
And if those seals were broken, they would know that someone else had been in it.
Correct.
Okay. You had talked to us about the DNA collection, the Q-tips on the longer sticks, so to speak, being put into boxes.
Mhm.
Can you tell us how those are packaged and sealed to ensure the integrity?
So the collection Q-tips, as I'll refer to them as again, they go, the dry collection and the wet collection of the same area that was swabbed get put into a small cardboard box, a very small cardboard box that actually has a breathable hole. That is sealed, but then that collection then gets placed into a paper envelope, which is then also sealed with an integrity seal, and the location, initials, and date are put on that envelope. And let me back up, I apologize. The box that the item is, the Q-tips are placed in, that's also notated with the report number and the location of collection prior to it then going into the envelope, which again has all the additional information and integrity seal.
So again, for the DNA swabs, if someone testified that the seals were all intact, then that would indicate no one else had been in there since that was done.
Correct.
Are those items, so for like the GSR, the tape put around the vial, is that done at the scene right after that is collected?
Yes, immediately upon collection, you seal the item that you collected, and then again, then you're going to take off that second pair of gloves that I explained on Friday, and then you put on a fresh pair of gloves before proceeding to the next collection location.
Now, in this case, we're talking about collecting this evidence in another state, in Rexburg, Idaho. Were all of these items that were collected as you process the Jeep packaged, for instance, for the GSR, into their vials with the tape on it, and then those vials put into plastic bags and sealed there in Rexburg?
The vials were placed into the plastic bags and sealed, as well as the DNA kits, and then those are all collected, but they are not administratively impounded yet because we have not returned to our property and evidence building.
So the integrity seals are put on in Rexburg, Idaho, though?
Correct.
Now, we talked about impounding. For the police department, for the Gilbert Police Department, does each item of evidence have its own unique identification number?
Every item that goes into our property evidence building gets its own unique number with the associated report number.
Is that something that you guys make up, or is it just automatically created when you are actually impounding the evidence?
It is created when you are impounding the evidence through our report management system. So essentially entering the information into the computer, it assigns a number, and ultimately an identifying barcode that goes with it.
So we had heard, for instance, about swabs that were sent to Mesa Police Department, or a blood blot that was sent there, and some numbers were read off. Those are just numbers generated as part of your impound process?
Correct.
But the protection and the integrity is what you or your crime scene specialist are doing at the scene itself?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about November 18th of 2019. Did you go to Rexburg, Idaho to process a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with license plate, or a Texas license plate, LWD 0997?
Yes.
Were you working with the crime scene specialist, Tammy Lashik?
I was.
We also have heard from Tom Olzak. Did he go up with you as well?
He was up there with us as well, yes.
When you got to Rexburg, I think you had testified previously, albeit I'm not sure at this point, that the Jeep was impounded in an inside facility.
Yes, as a refresher, Rexburg Police Department located and impounded the Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plate on November 6th. And we arrived, myself, crime scene specialist Lashik and Detective Olzak arrived to Rexburg, Idaho to process the Jeep on November 18th.
And was it impounded the 4th or the 6th? November
I'm sorry,
4th?
the 4th.
Okay.
And that Jeep was taken to a private evidence building for the Rexburg Police Department. So it was a secure facility where that Jeep was located.
When you went there, was there a Rexburg officer at the time, a Detective Ray Hermosillo, with you to execute that search warrant?
Yes,
Did the Jeep itself have, I'll call it integrity tape on the doors?
yes, all the doors had integrity stickers on them as well on the Jeep to just show that it had not actually been physically accessed since it was impounded.
And Your Honor, the state has shown the defendant exhibits 48 through 68. If I can have my paralegal approach with those. Do you recognize those as photographs that were taken on November 18th in Rexburg, Idaho, while you were processing both the inside and outside of the 2018 Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plates LWD 0997?
Yes,
And those are photographs of the Jeep that the Chandler Police Department had also provided you photographs with from July 11th of 2019?
correct,
And that's a Jeep that was associated to Lori Vallow.
correct.
State will move to admit 48 through 68.
Any objection?
No objection.
48 through 68 are admitted.
So when we see Exhibit 48, is this sort of a beginning photo to let us know, again, the sort of case number that we would see on the items of evidence that were impounded with this case, as well as to document when this process began?
Correct.
Put up 40. Oops. What do we see here?
That's a picture of the Jeep that was impounded at the Rexburg Police Department's impound building. If you notice on the door, around the door frame here, these red stickers, and I believe there's closer up pictures, but those are evidence seals. So again, you can't access that vehicle without damaging those seals.
Exhibit 50, does that again show some of those seals?
Yes, the integrity seals.
We had also heard and seen a photo from Dan Moss. Did this vehicle have a sticker here in this corner?
Yes,
Was that associated to Texas?
yes, it is. It was.
51, is that sort of showing a closer up of those seals that the vehicle was still in that same shape from when it was impounded?
Yes, they're showing that all doors have been sealed.
Exhibit 52, can we see on this the tinting on this vehicle?
Yes.
Were you able to see into the vehicle
No, not without actually getting up close with a flashlight.
with a flashlight?
Yes.
Exhibit 53, closer up of the seals and the tinting on that window.
Very dark.
Now, at the time when this Jeep was impounded, was the rear tire on it?
When it was impounded, when it was located by Rexburg Police and then impounded, it was impounded as you see here, and it did have a wheel affixed to the back of the Wrangler.
Exhibit 55, showing that rear window, the tire and the seals there.
Yes.
And then again, showing the seals in 56. 57 is that sort of a whited out, and 58, a photo of the license plate.
Yes.
So that's the license plate that, again, was associated to Lori Vallow's Jeep Wrangler.
Correct.
Now, in Exhibit 60, we're seeing sort of how the rear window here that was described by Brandon as going up is able to move upward.
Yes, and if you look in the same picture towards the bottom left, you'll notice that the door actually has to be open because the door is what actually has the wheel affixed to it. If that wheel is not there, that window can be open without bumping into the wheel.
Okay, so in order to open the window, you guys had to actually open up the bottom, I'll call it for lack of a better word, door here.
Correct.
Tailgate.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, when you were processing this vehicle, did you talk with Ms. Lashik about where you would like to collect the gunshot residue from?
Yes.
And when you were discussing where to collect it from, was this based upon what Brandon Boudreau had explained occurred on October 2nd?
Yes.
So your understanding was the shooter was inside the rear of the vehicle and the rifle was pointing out this back tailgate window area?
Correct. That back window opened up partially and was fired from within that cab inside that Jeep Wrangler.
So based upon that, where did you want to collect the gunshot residue from?
I described to Ms. Lashik what I was looking for, and I wanted to focus primarily for the GSR collection to be in the back cab of that Jeep Wrangler where GSR might be present, so around the back window and the back frame of the interior of that Jeep.
Were you looking to both rear and driver's side windows as
Yes.
one of the locations? Were you looking to both the passenger and driver's side front seats?
Yes.
Were you looking to the hard top of that Jeep?
Yes.
And then the rear window, meaning this rear window?
Yes, and as I believe I explained on Friday, it's an explosion of gas and particles. So anywhere within that area that was just identified, we were checking all those areas for GSR, gunshot residue.
When you were processing this Jeep on November 18th for GSR, at that time, did you know anything about whether or not the rear seat of this vehicle had been removed prior to the shooting?
I had no knowledge of the status of the back seat, no.
I'm going to put up 63 so we know what we're talking about. When this Jeep was impounded and you guys processed it, was the seat like this at that time?
Yes,
So when you're processing this Jeep on November 18th, you are unaware that this may have been removed at the time of the October 2nd shooting?
correct.
Okay. When you were processing this Jeep on November 18th, were you aware that the rear tire had been removed?
Yes,
Was that based upon your interview with Brandon Boudreaux?
yes,
Okay. And does that also make sense, given what you understand of how you could possibly open that rear window with or without the tire on there?
yes. And at this juncture, we also had the diesel license plate reader image that was presented earlier of the Jeep without a tire on the back.
All right, so when you're processing this on November 18th, you have what Brandon Boudreaux told you, that there was no tire on the back and the rear window opened, as well as that license plate reader from the DEA showing this Jeep with this license plate on the I-40 without the rear tire.
Correct, 26 hours prior to the shooting.
Okay. So when we put Exhibit 61 up here, was GSR taken from the back of this driver's seat?
Yes,
Was GSR taken from the window over here?
yes,
Was GSR taken from the roof up here?
yes,
Putting up 62, is this the passenger side?
yes,
And again, was GSR taken from the back of this passenger seat?
yes,
Was GSR taken from this passenger side rear window
yes,
and from this headrest or rooftop there?
correct, yes.
While this was, let me ask you this, who actually took those little vials with the sticky tabs and pressed it against the rear seat or the window?
Crime scene, Lashik was the one who actually physically collected that GSR.
Were you off sitting in a corner eating a cheeseburger, or were you watching?
I was with her throughout the duration of the evidence collection of the
Were
Jeep.
you not only watching, but helping to ensure that she's collecting from the areas that you want collected?
That's correct, giving some instruction of what I'm wanting to collect. She's the one physically doing it, but I'm helping give instruction and guide for where and why.
So for instance, after Ms. Lashik would collect GSR or potential GSR from the back of, say, the passenger seat, did you observe her as she then closed up the vial and put the tape on that and documented where that came from?
I observed her package, the collection, yes.
Did you also talk with crime scene specialist Lashik about where you wanted to attempt to collect biological material or DNA from the vehicle?
Yes.
And in that circumstance, where did you want to try to collect biological material or DNA from?
DNA, you want some vigorous connection. So the primary areas that were identified is going to be the steering wheel, the door handles to exit and enter the vehicle, the gear shift, and then the seat belt buckles. And that was for both the driver's side and passenger side, because at this juncture, again, we don't know how many people we had involved. We had some ideas, but we didn't have a confirmation of how many people.
Based upon the fact that you had that LPR read and Brandon saying that the rear tire was gone, did you also want to try to collect DNA from the lug nuts where the spare tire would go onto?
Yes, that was an additional location on the exterior of the vehicle, so where the back wheel was located.
Did you watch as crime specialist Tammy Lashik swabbed each of these areas that we've discussed?
Yes, I watched her take the DNA swabs.
Did she follow the same process that you have explained of first putting on the gloves, the second pair?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes. She changed her gloves according to our practices.
Did you see her put the distilled water onto one of the Q-tips and, for instance, use that on the steering wheel?
Yes,
Did you see her then take the dry one and swab over the steering wheel with the dry swab?
yes,
Did you see her put those into the box?
yes,
And did you see her then seal and document each box after that collection?
yes.
Did you also watch Ms. Lashik process the Jeep for prints?
Yes,
And did she do the same method that you had described last Friday of trying to dust these different areas to look for the presence of any type of latent prints?
Yes.
Were any prints recovered from the Jeep?
No fingerprints, viable fingerprints were located within the Jeep, and that can be dependent on material, the structure of what it is, if it's bumpy, if it's smooth. But there was nothing that was located where we were searching as far as viable fingerprints. But we did have the DNA and GSR at that point.
And for the fingerprints, were you looking in the driver's side interior windows?
Yes,
The vanity mirrors that are on the sunscreen?
yes,
The sort of pillar that's along the door frame there?
yes,
Rear view mirror?
yes,
And the same for the passenger side?
yes,
And then also that rear hatch window that had been pushed up?
yes,
And so those areas were processed and nothing of significance or of, that either you or Ms. Lashik felt was a latent print was recovered.
nothing that was usable, correct.
We heard from Mr. Olzak that he was there. Did he remove the infotainment system before or after you did all these processing?
Removing of the infotainment system was the final thing to be removed or processed, if you will, from the Jeep Wrangler.
With each of these items that were collected, each gunshot residue kit, each swab that was taken, were all of those items sealed with integrity tape as each were collected there in Rexburg, Idaho, in that impound place?
Yes,
Now, you told us you went to Rexburg that day. Did you also, in the vehicle, note any documentation indicating inside the vehicle sort of the ownership of the vehicle?
yes, the vehicle's registration.
And was that to a Charles and Lori Vallow?
Yes,
And did that match the vehicle that you were looking at there, that 2018 Jeep Wrangler?
yes, and I'm sorry I misspoke. In this particular picture, there's the insurance card, but yes.
You told us that each item of evidence is sealed with integrity, but then provided a impound number, correct?
Yes,
And that was done back at Gilbert Police Department?
correct.
Did you guys stay in Rexburg that night, or did you go directly back to Phoenix or Gilbert, I guess? Fly back to Arizona?
We traveled to Rexburg that morning and returned from Rexburg to Phoenix that morning, and that same morning, we returned from Rexburg to Phoenix, and ultimately to the Gilbert Police Department. So it was a one-day trip.
So we saw in the beginning that you guys began this around 10 a.m. in the morning. Do you recall approximately how long you were processing the Jeep?
I would have to estimate approximately 3 hours.
And so after that processing, you guys got back in a plane and came back to Arizona.
Correct.
Were those items of evidence then taken to the Gilbert Police Department to be impounded?
Yes.
Were there 2 GSR kits? Well, let me ask you this. Each gunshot residue kit, does that have 3 vials in the kit?
Yes.
And so are they all kept together in their own separate plastic bag?
Yes.
But each vial is individually sealed inside of there?
Correct.
And so were there 6 of those GSR vials used to process this Jeep?
Yes.
And then were there 2, I guess, kits impounded into property?
Yes.
And were they impounded as items 645886 and 645888?
Yes, and yes.
Were you present when those were impounded?
I was not.
Did you eventually send these items to be tested by, for instance, the GSR Phoenix Police Department?
Yes.
And so when you send those, are you sending the sealed item that has the integrity tape on it, as well as the report number that was written on it by Ms. Lishik in your presence?
Yes.
So the only change would be that that sealed bag now was given these numbers when it was put into your system.
Correct.
And then did you use those numbers to send those items to, for instance, Phoenix Police Department?
Yes.
Again, for each of the swabs of the Jeep, were those each impounded individually?
Yes.
So each box that's then put in a paper envelope is impounded individually and given its own individual number.
That is correct.
And then did you use those numbers so that you could send those to the Mesa Police Department so that they could be tested?
Yes.
Did you then, when you were sending those to the Mesa Police Department, again, note that each of those integrity tapes are still intact as you are sending them to another agency to be processed?
Yes.
And did you then send to the Mesa Police Department the swab for the steering wheel is 645889?
Yes.
And the swab for the passenger seat belt buckle as 645890?
Yes.
And the swab for the driver's seat belt buckle as 645891?
Yes.
And the swab for the gear shift as 645893?
Yes.
The swab for the passenger interior door handle as 645894?
Yes.
The swab for the lug nuts of that spare tire is 645895.
Yes.
The swab for the driver's side interior door handle is 645896.
Yes.
We have also heard today about a blood blot, a sample of blood from Alexander Cox. Were you present when that was obtained on December 14th of 2019?
I was present for that, yes.
And was that obtained for a DNA comparison to those swabs that were taken from the 2018 Jeep Wrangler that we've been discussing?
It was.
Is that also impounded into a packaging that has integrity seal on it as well?
Yes.
And was that then impounded with a property ID 647961?
Yes.
And is that the item that we heard this morning from Emmy, Lynn, Sapinoso that was sent to her for testing?
Yes.
As the case agent for this investigation, you told us that you have sent off those items for testing. That was part of your job, correct?
Yes.
Were you also responsible for writing search warrants to obtain cell phone records?
Yes.
When you are writing a search warrant to obtain cell phone records, is this a search warrant sent to a court to basically order these companies to send you records within those certain date ranges and items that they're to send you?
Yes, you complete an affidavit explaining your reasoning to request the warrant, send it to Superior Court for a judge to review, and if approved, that warrant will be signed, and then we will then serve, in this example here, to a phone company.
On December 4th of 2019, did you write a search warrant to Verizon for cell phone numbers 808
Yes.
480 489
Yes.
480 3
Yes.
and 480?
Yes.
Show. And is TracFone, I guess, one of the subsidiaries of Verizon?
Yes.
do most of these phone companies, T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon, have sort of subsidiary type of companies that are underneath them, I guess?
Yes, a company example being Verizon would be the umbrella company for some of these smaller organizations that sell and assign phones.
During your investigation, both by speaking with Chandler Police Department and looking into numbers that had been given out, did you associate the number 808-755 and 480-489-4652 as cell phone numbers associated to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
If I can have my both of them. I can have my paralegal approach with 177 and 176. Do you recognize those two exhibits as the cell phone records, affidavits authenticating them, thumb drive of all the records, subscriber information for those two phone numbers, the 808-755-5452 and the 480-489-4652 associated to Lori Vallow?
Yes. Yes.
The state will move to admit 177 and 176.
No objection.
179, 176.
176 and 177.
Oh, I'm sorry. 176, 177 are admitted.
We've heard of the number 480-351-9. Did you learn that that number was associated to Alexander Cox?
Yes.
Was that number associated to him through, for instance, the Chandler Police Department from the July incident?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 179. Does that contain an affidavit authenticating them, a thumb drive of the records, a print off showing the subscriber for that phone, as well as a print off of the call detail records for September 27th through October 10th?
Yes. Let me just want to double check one thing. Yes.
Is that 480-351-9120 number the number that we heard was making the appointment and responsible for scheduling the tinting with Dan's window tinting in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
State will move to admit 179.
Any objection?
The same foundational objection of Crawford, Your Honor.
179 is admitted.
Detective, did you look at the call detail records for 480, 489? Call, the phone number associated to Lori Vallow, and the 480, 351, the number associated to Alex Cox for October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, I did.
This is Exhibit 179. On these records, 179 being the records associated to Alex Cox, did you note phone call to the called number 480-489-4652?
Yes,
And that's the number associated with Lori Vallow?
that is her number, yes. Associated with her, yes.
Now, we see here for time, on October 2nd, a 9:02 a.m., correct?
Yes,
We see GMT -6. I'm going to pull in closer for this. Correct?
yes,
Is that 9:02 a.m. Idaho time?
yes,
For Arizona time, is it GMT -7?
yes.
So Arizona time, would that be 8:02 a.m.?
That would be correct, yes.
So on October 2nd, at 8:02 a.m. Arizona time, this phone called Lori Vallow's phone.
Yes,
So Alex Cox's phone called Lori Vallow's phone.
that is correct.
Do the call detail records for Lori Vallow's phone show that same interaction between the two cell phones?
Yes, it does.
And so those were also contained in that exhibit?
Yes,
So this would have been approximately 30 minutes or 35 minutes after Brandon left his home. There's a call between Alex Cox's cell phone and Lori Vallow's cell phone in Rexburg, Idaho?
in Rexburg, Idaho, yes. Approximately 35 minutes after Mr. Boudreau left his residence in Gilbert.
And did that phone call last about 24 minutes?
Yes,
In that search warrant, did you also obtain phone records for a 480-321-9866, a phone number associated to Melanie Boudreau?
yes,
And was that associated via Brandon Boudreau had provided that?
yes, that was her known number.
Is that also the number you had seen when you extracted Brandon's cell phone number as a contact for Melanie?
Yes,
While you were conducting this investigation, did you also obtain a search warrant for other phone numbers associated with Lori Vallow? For 480, 692-9612.
yes,
And then during your, was that search warrant executed on December 28th for that phone number?
yes, it was.
As you went into 2020, were you advised by the FBI that they had executed a search warrant and located a track phone that was used during the time frame of the shooting in the area of the shooting in Gilbert, Arizona, meaning track phone used in the area of that October 2nd, 2019 shooting on Phelps.
Yes.
On February 21st, did you author a search warrant to obtain the cell phone records for track phone 304-960-5998?
Yes.
Who did you believe at that time in your based upon your investigation, was using that phone?
That track phone, based on the information I had at the time and the data, belonged to Alexander Cox.
Sure. And then exhibit 180. Now, the track phone of 304-960-5998, did that have a subscriber to Alex Cox?
It was subscribed to a Gmail account.
Okay. When you executed the search warrant to obtain those records, did you obtain an affidavit from track phone authenticating those, as well as a thumb drive of the cell phone records themselves?
Yes.
I can have my paralegal approach with exhibit 180. Inside that exhibit, if you can just verify, did the track phone provide a print off showing the track phone was purchased from a Walmart store 5494? And it should be its own piece of paper.
Yes, I have. I'm looking at it right now in here. But yes, I am familiar with this as well.
Does that exhibit contain a print off showing that the track phone was purchased on September 25th of 2019 at a Walmart superstore in Idaho Falls, Idaho, store number 5494?
Yes.
And does it show the activation date of September 26th of 2019?
Yes.
And does that also contain a print off of all of the call detail records for that track phone number 304-960-5998?
Yes, it does.
State will move to admit 180.
Foundation.
All right, 180 is submitted.
When you looked at the call detail records, did they reflect that this phone was used from September 26th when it was activated until only October 2nd?
That is correct.
After October 2nd, was there any other phone calls made or received by this phone?
No, that phone was no longer seen or activated after that date.
Is this the phone number we're talking about, the 304-960-5998?
Yes.
When you looked through these call detail records, is there only one number that ever calls this track phone?
Yes.
Is that phone number the only number that ever calls it, 515-402-0143?
That is correct.
Is that the number that we previously heard Detective Nate Duncan testify as being associated to Chad Daybell?
That is correct, yes.
Looking at these call detail records, does this track phone, the 304 number, call only one number itself?
Yes.
And is that number that is called by this track phone the 402-0143, number associated with Chad Daybell.
Yes,
So every call on this is either made by Chad Bell to this or to Chad Daybell.
that is correct.
And the call detail records, do they reflect that 515-402-014 number associated as Chad Daybell calling and receiving calls from this leading up to the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux as well as immediately after it?
Yes, prior to the shooting and shortly after the shooting, yes.
When you obtained these records as well as all these other cell phone records, did you reach out to the FBI?
Yes,
Why did you do that?
because the FBI has resources for cell phone data analysis and tracking purposes, and we recognized at this juncture that we could use their assistance.
And what did you ask them to do with this information?
So with this information, I was able to get in contact with cellular analysis specialist with the FBI to provide them the data that I received for my warrant requests and then the responses I received from those companies. And they were able, the FBI was then able to assist with tracking locations of the devices during these particular timeframes where we know individuals were communicating with each other.
Did you ask the FBI to look at this track phone, the 304 number that was purchased at the Walmart in Idaho Falls and activated on September 26th?
Yes,
Did you ask the FBI to look at the phone number associated to Lori Vallow, the 480-489 number?
yes,
And did you ask the FBI to look at Alex Cox's phone, the 480-351 number?
yes,
And to map those around the time leading up to and after the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux?
yes. I wanted to know what the phone activity was and location was for Lori Vallow, Alexander Cox, and then the other phone believed to be used by Alexander Cox.
Did you also provide the FBI cellular analyst with that Gmail data that was obtained via search warrants
Yes,
for the Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com associated to Alexander Cox?
yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, cross-examination.
You already know. She had to say something. She had to say something. She's like, I'm going to ask the parking question. She's like, do it. What do you got to lose? Ask the parking question. Okay, I'm going to go do it. Here I go.
Detective Pillar, you're the case agent on this case, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many times have you been the case agent before this case in October 2nd, 2019?
As a detective case agent? Like,
Correct.
I couldn't give you a specific number. I'd have to guess.
Okay, how about a guess?
I would give roughly a couple hundred, maybe more.
Okay. So you've been the case agent on a couple hundred cases?
Yes, on investigations both in the Special Victims Unit and within our Violent Crimes Unit.
And is it the responsibility of a case agent to know pretty much everything about their case?
We do the best we can, yes.
Is it your responsibility as the case agent to review all the reports done by the officers and lab techs?
Yes.
Is it your responsibility to question the findings that are done by your officers?
By the fellow detectives, yes. By the officers themselves, if I have some speculation or questions about the initial reports from responding officers, I might set up a meeting to talk with them. But as detectives, we're all within the same facility, so I usually can just talk with them about any questions I might have or requests I might have.
Okay. And what color did Mr. Boudreau say the Jeep was when he was with Officer Maryanne Rob?
When he was with Officer Rob, he described it as a green-colored Jeep.
And what was the color of the Jeep that was seen by witnesses in the neighborhood?
It was referred to as different colors. What I surmised it to be was a darker colored Jeep Wrangler.
So did you hear dark blue?
I do not remember specifically hearing dark blue, but I know that color has been brought up.
And is it your understanding that the color that Brandon pulled up on his phone to show the officers was camo green? Is that correct?
That's what was discussed by Officer Rob, but I was not privy to that actual conversation, and there was no supplement that I saw that indicated that.
So as the case agent, you did not watch the body cam with Officer Rob?
I watched all body-worn camera from this case.
And so in the body cam, you did not see him actually show it to Officer Rob and Officer Bullock that were standing there?
Not that I recall, but again, I watched many hours of body-worn camera footage, but I do not recall that specifically. No, I do not.
Would you like to see it to refresh your recollection?
If we want to take the time to watch that. But I'm also not disagreeing that it very well may have been said or shown to be a camo green.
So when is the first time you wrote in all of your reports that it was a gray Jeep? So where did you glean that information that the Jeep was gray?
The gray Jeep came about from my contact with the Chandler Police Department on October 9th.
So Brandon never told you it was a gray Jeep, is that correct?
I do not recall him ever describing it in the initial contacts as a gray Jeep, no.
And none of the neighbors ever called it a gray Jeep also, is that correct?
Not to me, no.
Okay. According to the police report, it stated that they found glass in the road, but only one piece was photographed. Is that correct?
From the photos I've seen, yes.
And then was that piece of glass that was found, one little piece, tested to see if it was actually glass from the window?
No.
And so did you just assume it was from the window?
With the time frame from the initial call for service to officer arrival, and the consistency with the other shards of glass, I believed it to be related.
But you don't know that for sure at all. Is that correct?
Correct.
Also in the body cam, in about 7 or 8 seconds in, Brandon is seen moving glass with his feet and then walked out to the street with Officer Rob and Officer Bullock. So is it possible that he transported that piece of glass with his shoe?
Possible.
Speculation.
The answer will stand.
And were you present at the time when they did the comb of the neighborhood?
The line
Yes.
search, yes, I was present.
And how many people were in that line search?
Approximately 11, and they were all with the Criminal Investigations Division. It was all detectives, not patrol officers at that time.
And did you participate in that, in the line?
I did.
Okay. And was anything found in the line?
Through that line search, no, we did not find any viable evidence, usable evidence that we believe were associated with the case.
And what were you actually looking for?
Quite honestly, anything, whether it be fragments of a bullet, which was the primary focus, glass shards that could be consistent with the damage to the vehicle. At this point in the initial investigation, this was our last act of searching the neighborhood. And this was, again, after the scene investigation, the canvassing, the interviews. This was just one last walk around the neighborhood to see if we could identify anything.
About how long did that take, that line search?
Approximately 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay. And you had mentioned, or someone had mentioned before about the metal detector. Was that part of that walk or something separate?
Yes, that was both part of the walk and the investigation at the 3875 East Phelps address, within the glass, within the landscaping around the vehicle.
And who had that metal detector? Do you know which officer had that they were searching?
I couldn't say specifically who, but I know it was used.
And the neighbors that were, I know that Officer Rob had testified about talking to the neighbor, Samantha. Did you follow up with any of the neighbors yourself?
I did not follow up with any of the neighbors myself. Those tasks were delegated to fellow detectives in the days and weeks to follow.
And then, but they report to you, right? Is that correct?
If there's something that is helpful, yes. Many times if they go there, they'll simply say, hey, I've knocked on X amount of doors and wasn't able to make contact with residents. Or if they have no findings, they'll simply just let me know I didn't find anything.
So anything helpful to go along with already what you thought had happened, though, is that correct?
Anything to say one way or the other. I mean, as detectives, we have to be neutral fact finders. We're not choosing one way or the other. We are following the evidence. In this case, with the evidence we had at that point, we were following our best leads.
And so did you learn from Officer Rob that the neighbor that she had got contact with said that the Jeep had a tire on the back?
I'm going to object to hearsay.
Sustained. Sustained.
Your Honor, I wasn't asking for the truth of the matter asserted. I was asking for the effect on the listener. Officer
Sustained.
Rob,
Sustained.
can I have a sidebar?
No, it's sustained. Next question.
She asked for that sidebar like she had a gotcha moment. It's like, girl, we don't even know what you're
In
talking
your
about.
estimation, Detective Pillar, how far was the Jeep's when the supposed shot was taken?
With the information provided by Mr. Boudreau and the neighbors describing where this Jeep was located, where I believe, at least at the time, where that glass shard might be related in the roadway, I would guess, I don't want to guess because we didn't measure, and I don't know exactly where the individual was in the Jeep. What I can say is it was within a few feet. And when I say a few feet, I'm going to say 10 to 20 feet of a moving vehicle approaching where the projectile hit the Tesla.
Okay, and why were no measurements taken?
We didn't know exactly where that Jeep was located. We had an idea of where it was parked, but we didn't have an exact location for that Jeep, a specific spot.
If it was parked nose to nose with that white van, kind of know exactly where it was parked,
We have a good idea of where it was at, absolutely.
but no measurements were taken.
No measurements, no ma'am.
And what measures were taken to decide the trajectory?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Okay, did the Gilbert Police Department ever decide on what the trajectory actually was?
No,
So were there tests done to find the trajectory?
no, because again, we don't have the exact placement, the height, the angle in which the projectile came from. And we can't determine that with just the hole in the Tesla that was since moved prior to police arrival.
Okay, so you can find out how tall the Jeep was, right?
No,
You cannot?
no.
And you don't know how tall the Tesla was?
The Tesla, we could figure out at the time, but we did not measure the Tesla.
So no trajectory was ever really determined, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the hole in the car, in the Tesla, was approximately 1 inch wide and 2 inches long? Is that correct?
From the sticker, the letter A sticker, yes.
Correct.
That was like a 2-inch, I believe. Based on that, yes, I would say that hole was approximate size of 2 inches, but that doesn't include the scraping or the indentation that led into where that sticker was actually placed.
And then what type of bullet could make that kind of damage?
Check to expertise or knowledge, foundation.
Can you lay more foundation of how he would be able to make that opinion?
What was your determination of what kind of bullet would make a hole that large?
I don't have any ammunition training or certifications to provide that answer accurately.
But from your own shooting experience, would you have thought that was a rifle or a handgun?
In my experience and training, again, I don't have it in trajectory or what particular bullets will do. What I do know is there's dozens of styles of bullets, whether it be a hollow point, full metal jacket, a frangible piece of ammunition. There's dozens of types of ammunition that are made, both of which can be utilized by a handgun or a rifle. The information I was provided, it at least seems that a rifle was the most reasonable weapon that was utilized to shoot at Mr. Boudreau's car, but to give an answer for the type of ammunition, whether it be coming from a specific weapon, I cannot answer that.
Okay. And you're the case agent, is that correct?
Yes,
This is your investigation, is that correct?
yes.
So did you not think it would be a good idea to do whatever kind of testing you could find out what kind of gun this was?
There would be no way to find out what kind of gun this was.
There's no way to determine if it was a rifle versus a handgun.
No,
There's no way to determine whether it was taken from 30 feet or 10 feet.
no,
There's no way to determine if it was going up or going down.
no.
There's no way to determine if it was going left or it was going right.
There's evidence to show that it was going eastbound while the vehicle was traveling westbound.
You explained to us a little bit about what GSR was, right? So that's gunshot residue, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can gunshot residue be transferred from person to person?
The particulates that come from gunshot residue, and to be fair, I'm not a gunshot residue expert, but from the particulates that come from there, is it possible for transfer to be made? I don't know.
Okay. So can gunshot residue be transferred from person's hand to, say, clothing? Like if you wiped your hands off?
I don't know.
So do you know what gunshot residue is made up of, what the three elements are?
I do not.
You do not?
I do not.
Are you aware that all three elements have to be present for it to actually be gunshot residue?
I'm going to object at this point to, again, this is outside his foundation. He's repeatedly said he's not a GSR expert.
He can answer if he knows.
I'll answer that I understand the collection of evidence, and I will acknowledge that I do not understand how to process the evidence in a lab. So I know when I'm collecting GSR, it's to collect, you mentioned three elements. I don't know how accurate that is, but I do know how to collect it, and I also do know where to submit it to be analyzed to confirm what elements are needed to confirm that a weapon was fired.
Okay. So having been a case agent hundreds of times,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sure you've dealt with lots of gunshots. Is that correct?
Not all cases were related to gunshots or homicides, but I have investigated other shootings and other violent crimes.
Have you ever swabbed someone's hands for gunshot residue?
Swabbed? No. Collected GSR? Yes.
From someone's hands?
Yes.
Because that's pretty typical, right? In a gun case where a gun has been fired?
Typical? I don't know if that's an appropriate word. Is it a tool or a evidence collection technique that can be utilized? Absolutely.
Okay. And so you're not aware that antimony, barium, and lead, all three have to be together for it to be gunshot residue?
I'm going to object again. There's an expert that will testify to this.
It's sustained. He said he doesn't know this.
Okay. You had testified earlier about being there with Tammy Lachik. Is that correct, when she collected the samples for GSR?
Yes, she and I traveled to Rexburg together, and then we were at the property building in Rexburg together, yes.
Okay. And how many people were there present at that time?
There was myself, CSI Lachik, Detective Olzak, Detective Hermosillo, and I believe one or two other individuals from the Rexburg Police Department.
And did she note the number of swabs that she took at that time?
I'm going to object as to foundation swabs of what?
Was she taking,
hold-
oh, sorry.
hold on.
I'll clarify if you want.
Go ahead.
Was she taking notes at the time when she was collecting those swabs?
Taking notes? No, but she was collecting the swabs and then again notating on the collection itself. So I guess if that's what you want to see as a note, then yes, but she didn't have a notebook with her where she was documenting everything.
She wasn't taking separate notes.
Thank you.
So the notes in her report are something she did possibly later?
Yes, I did not see her taking those notes, if you're referring to the images.
Okay. And then you flew up there together on a commercial airline?
No, myself, Ms. Lachik, and Detective Olzak flew up there on a Arizona State government plane. So it was just the three of us and the two pilots on the flight.
So that's how you were able to go up and back at your leisure, kind of in the same day?
In the same day, and this was a result of Detective Olzak at the time being a detective with the Department of Public Safety, DPS. They utilize a state plane that's typically used for the governor. They have a couple planes. And because they were assisting our agency with the processing of a vehicle involved in an attempted homicide, the Arizona Department of Public Safety allowed us to use one of their private planes to fly to and from Rexburg, Idaho to process our Jeep.
Okay. And you flew into actual Rexburg at the little airport?
They have a small runway, that's correct.
And so you did not witness Miss Lachik taking any separate notes besides what she wrote on the actual samples, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and do you remember what she was wearing that day, Miss Lachik?
I do not remember what she was wearing, no.
Detective, are you familiar with the license plate readers?
I'm familiar with yes, I am familiar with LPR readers, but again, I'm not an expert in license plate readers.
And you work for the Gilbert Police Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And then how many license plate readers are there in the city of Gilbert? Do you know?
I don't. I can tell you that's changed a lot over time because the technology's gotten greater and they're smaller and easier to use. So to answer the question of how many in Gilbert, I have no idea. But at the time, I don't believe many. But that is speculating. I don't know about the LPRs in Gilbert.
And then would you, as the case agent in this case, have access to those Gilbert readers? Like, could you call them up and say, hey, I'm a Gilbert detective and I need license plate readers?
I wish it was that fancy, but the reality is what we do is we have crime analysts, civilians that are working with our police department who have access to LPR readers and to criminal histories and things of that nature. So in cases like this, I had our crime analysts assist with requests for LPR hits for the LWD 0997 Texas plate.
And did you find any of those?
There were LPR hits, yes. There were
And
multiple.
where were they located?
The one that was presented was southbound in Holbrook on I-40.
Have you
There-
been to Holbrook before,
Have I been to Holbrook before?
Arizona?
If I have been, it's only passing through, so I don't believe, I've never stopped in Holbrook, I guess I'll say that.
Do you know how far away it is from here? From, well, say Gilbert, Arizona?
I do not know how far Holbrook is from Gilbert, Arizona. I know it's north of us.
And so, I'm sorry, where were the other ones that you said there were several? You said one was in Holbrook?
One was in Holbrook, that's the one that's, I know is presented. The other ones I do not have independent recollection of. They are documented in the police report.
So you don't have any documented in Gilbert, is that correct?
There were no LPR hits in Gilbert, I can tell you that.
None in Mesa?
None in Mesa.
None in Phoenix?
Not that I can recall.
None in Scottsdale?
None in Scottsdale.
None in Tempe?
None in local cities. They were all highway cameras that were involved in this.
So only Holbrook, Arizona, to your knowledge, and then Idaho?
Yes.
Is that correct?
There were some in Idaho as well, yes.
Okay. And do you have any idea, maybe you don't, but do you have any idea how long that they store that data? So like, as a detective, you go back and say, I need this, and they're like, well, we only have 30 days back or whatever.
I don't know
On
their storage capacity or how long it lasts.
Okay.
And they are separate companies. Some are run by the government, some are run by private companies. So the retention period I am unaware of for these separate entities.
And who did you contact to find out about these LPRs? Who did you have to go to?
The crime analyst who contacted the respective agencies and private companies who operate those.
So crime analysts within your department?
Yes,
Okay, do you know who that was that you went through?
yes.
Can you tell us who that is?
Lori Orr.
Okay. So you call her and she calls them and they figure out the LPRs?
They provide her with the data, and it also, to go back to what you asked earlier, the retention period, they give it for every time this license plate is hit within their retention time. So there was multiple pieces of data that were returned for this license plate. Again, I don't know how the time frame was, but I was focused on the time around October 2nd of 2019.
And so in all of what you asked Lori Orr to get, you have this one in Holbrook, Arizona on October 1st. Is that correct?
That is correct. The one that has been.
And
yes.
nothing in Gilbert
Correct?
on October 2nd.
Correct.
Nothing in Gilbert on October 3rd.
I would object to asked and answered.
Overruled. I mean, technically you're right, but I'll let her recap. Go ahead.
Yes.
There were no LPR hits for that vehicle or that plate in the Phoenix metro area in the cities during that time frame.
Time frame meaning October 1st to October 3rd.
Yes, of
Okay.
2019, yes.
And you were mentioning before that you had contacted the FBI on the phone records of a tracking of a phone. Is that correct?
Yes, requested the assistance of the FBI with the phone cellular analysis.
And how do you request assistance of FBI? Talk me through that. How did that work? Who do you call?
So initially, on October 9th, myself, Detective McDermott with Gilbert Police met up with a couple detectives from the Chandler Police Department. This is where the images of the incident that happened in Chandler earlier in the year in July, they were able to provide us pictures of the Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plate. Further was learned on October 16th was when I received from our crime analyst the first image of the Jeep Wrangler driving southbound from Holbrook, presumably towards the Phoenix metro area, with that Texas license plate and without the wheel affixed to the back of that Jeep. It was at that time that I re-established communication with Chandler's police, and it was through our communication that it was decided to reach out to the FBI to further request their assistance.
So did you reach out to FBI personally, or did Chandler Police Department reach out to FBI personally?
It was a collective phone call, and then
Okay.
the Chandler Police Department and then the Gilbert Police Department detectives, we went to the FBI field office in Phoenix, which is in far north Phoenix, at which time we made contact with federal agents there, FBI agents.
And so Nicholas Balance is the one who created a report concerning these phones. Is that correct?
He was ultimately the one that we worked with the most, yes.
Did you talk to him initially, or did it get sent to him eventually?
He initially got assigned. Initially, it was a sit-down meeting with some FBI agents and detectives, providing them the data we had for them to analyze. And then Nick Balance was assigned this case.
And you spoke to him specifically, directly?
I talked with him directly multiple times, yes.
Okay. And then do you have emails and phone calls and things with him, correct?
Multiple, yes.
And were those turned over to the defense?
As far as I know, I don't know.
So in his report on Bates pages 5482 to 5518, he created a report that said, did you get a copy of that report that he did, Nicholas Balance?
I'm not sure or familiar with which report you're referring to. Are you talking about the Gilbert Police report, or are you talking about a separate report from the FBI?
I'm talking about Nicholas Balance's report that, I guess, his PowerPoint.
is it possible for me to see what you're looking at and I can say yes or no? Because I have seen presentations, but I'm not sure which one you're referring to.
She.
Thank you. Did you want me to go to a specific page?
Yeah,
Ms.
so on
Daybell?
page 15 of the report, it shows a purchase of a phone on 9/25/2019.
Okay.
If I'm correct. On
Yes,
page
on
15?
page 15, 9/25/2019 at, looks like 21:10 hours. And I don't know if that's GMT or what time zone that's in, but
Okay.
I-
And
it's
for
usually
those of us who
GMT.
are not military correct, it's about what time?
it would be 9:10 hours,
PM.
9:10 PM. Again, I don't know if that's GMT. Most of the data that I've seen done with this cast is GMT, which is global. And then you have to subtract or add some hours depending upon your location on the globe.
As far as mountain time or central time or
Yes, ma'am.
Pacific time? Okay. So on the top of the report there, it says 7:10 PM, which is 2 hours prior to the cell. Is that correct?
I'm going to object to this person's foundation as to knowledge by this detective who did not create this report.
All right. The original question was if he was familiar with it or had seen it. So why don't we have that answered first?
Okay. Are you familiar with this report? Have you reviewed it for your testimony here today?
I have seen reports that look like this, and I have seen this particular page you're talking about. But again, I didn't draft it, and I don't want to give any incorrect information. So I'll do my best to answer what you want to ask me, but I don't work with CAST, and as much as I wish I was better with cell phone analysis personally, I'm not an expert in this area.
Okay. Well, just on that page particularly.
Hold on. Let's go sidebar.
Yo, she is absolutely torturing us. She knows this. I mean, the judge is like, he's on there right now. He's like, look, this is off the record. None of this is recorded. He's like, I'm telling you, if you don't wrap this up right now, I'm going to personally grab the thing and shock you. And I'm going to laugh about it when you fizzle out on the floor in front of everybody. He's like, so get your little Post-it, sit over there, don't act like I'm saying this. Keep it cool or I'll shock you twice. I have control of that button all the way till you get to holding. She's like, okay. He's like, do you have any other questions? She's like, I have not asked the parking question yet. I was going to start off with that. I forgot it. So he's like, State, will you keep it on the down low, this conversation, if I shock her? And she's like, absolutely. She's like, can I press the button too? Yeah. He's like, so go up there, ask your little parking question, ask your little enchilada question, whatever it takes. I've got to finish up my Amazon order over here. She probably even forgot who it is. Like at this point, I'm like, who is the guy on the stage again? On the stand again? I literally think that she's torturing us. Yeah. He's like, I'm going to give the thing to Kay and Brandon. And then the prosecutor. And he's like, and I think the court reporter wants a little round at it too. Stop asking the witness about movie reviews, what the weather is. baseball team amount we did. This is, I don't know how he ended up here. He's like, but do ask him again about how to defeat the license plate thing, because they won't tell me that information either. He's like, in fact, ask it before the parking question. Everybody scooted up over that whole, like, how do you get around the license plate reader? Everybody got, and that's like, everybody jumped on Lori's side for that one. Like, okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, she can ask that. it's okay. You let her talk, let the woman talk, let her get it out, let her get it out. She's got rights too, you know. This is America. Let her ask the question. Everybody wanted in on that. Everybody wanted in on that question. Everybody wanted in on that question. National security was at risk. Nobody knows how close we came to an implosion right there, right? That guy got nervous. He was like, I'm not answering that now. Oh, Lord, y'all. Now, please, just let her end. Okay, here we go.
All right, you can resume your cross of this.
No shame. She's going to walk back up there again.
And we'll go whatever you think as far as about another 5 minutes or so, and then we'll need to recess for the evening.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. Wrap up the Amazon order. Get your finger on the button. Let's go. Ask your little parking question.
Detective Pillar, did you ever receive any information from Rich Robertson, the private detective Brandon Boudreau hired?
I did not.
Did you ever speak to him personally?
I think I may have had a phone call early on, essentially explaining that he was going to do a PI thing, but he understood that there's certain legalities when it comes to criminal investigation over a civil investigation.
When you say early on, when do you mean specifically?
I couldn't give you a date, but I believe I had a phone conversation with him. But it was not lengthy, and I don't remember communicating much after that, if at all.
So in October, just after October 2nd?
Yeah, it'd have to be after October 2nd, 2019.
And was it your understanding from that conversation that Brandon hired him to track Melanie?
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
Sustained. Sustained.
What is the legal objection?
Well, it calls for hearsay, it's not relevance, and it also could open the door to something you don't want to open.
Open the door.
So you did not email with him or text with him, Rich Robertson?
No, not that I remember.
And he didn't send you any kind of information on the case?
No, not that I remember.
Okay. Did Brandon ever convey that he was frustrated with the way the investigation was going?
I'm going to object to hearsay relevance.
Sustained.
Detective Pillar, can you tell me about when you arrived at the scene that day on October 2nd?
What would you like to know?
When you arrived, who was there and who did you speak to first?
When I arrived on scene, I parked east of the crime scene, the 3875 East Phelps. And the first individuals I remember talking with were my fellow detectives, Detective McDermott, Detective Biggs, and Detective Ferrer. determining what our roles would be. I cannot say for certain who I first spoke to as far as the officer, as far as the briefing goes, but I do know there were multiple officers on scene, to include Officer Rob, who was here earlier.
And someone briefed you though, right? Do you know who that was?
I do not know who that was, but yes, somebody would have briefed us on that case.
And nobody remembers who briefed anybody?
It doesn't sound like it, and I wish, trust me, I would rather give you answers than say I don't know. But I don't know, I can't remember who gave me a debriefing.
Well, it was Officer Rob, and who was the other officer that was with her when the first two on the scene? Officer Bullock?
Officer Brian Bullock was
Okay.
the other officer that was on scene.
So would it have had to be Officer Rob or Officer Bullock who briefed the detectives when you arrived?
More likely than not, yes. It would have had to been one or both of them collectively, but I do know that Officer Rob, being the first officer there and obtaining all the initial information, she's more likely than not the one who briefed us with the date, time, location, and involved persons.
Okay. So they briefed you, and then what happened after that?
After the briefing, again, I was decided that I was the primary case agent, the detective. I tasked Detective McDermott, Sergeant McDermott now, with running the scene. So he used the assistance of Detective Biggs and Detective Ferrer with evidence collection tasks, while I introduced myself to the three males sitting across the street from 3875 and identified Brandon Boudreau. And then we went to my vehicle to have an interview with an air conditioning, because it was a little warm outside.
Okay. And when was the house cleared? Someone had mentioned the house being cleared. Did that ever happen?
The house was cleared. That was prior to detective arrival.
Okay. So before you got there, that had already happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you went and spoke to Brandon in your car, is that correct? And
Yes,
did
ma'am.
that interview?
Yes.
And you made an audio recording of that?
Yes.
And then someone transcribed it, is that correct?
We used a third-party transcription service at that time. So yes, that was transcribed.
And you heard Brandon's testimony that some of those things he thought were transcription errors?
Yes.
So did you go back in preparation for this testimony and listen to that audio recording of that interview?
I did not, well, yes, I did listen to the interview. No, I did not compare it to the transcript. It was Net Transcriptions, which was the company we used at the time. And there were errors at times, but I did not compare it to my interview with Brandon, if that's what you were getting at.
So there could be transcription problems in that interview,
It's possible.
but you didn't go back to check to see if there were. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And about how long did that interview last?
35, 40 minutes is an estimation.
Okay. And then where did you go next? You guys got out of the car, and what happened at that point?
Brandon returned to his friends, and I re-entered the crime scene to determine what my fellow detectives had discovered.
Were you aware that Brandon's friends, through the body cam, that they had been walking around in the crime scene?
It wasn't until watching it after, but once the crime scene was established, they didn't enter it again until we were done with what we needed to do, or at least we had our primary crime scene, which was the Tesla and the glass in that area. There was times where, I don't know if they were getting drinks or if there was times where they had to go inside of Brandon's home at the time.
Okay.
But that was allowed under some supervision.
And then how long were you at the scene in total, do you think, that day?
From the start to the finish, and unless I had the CAD report or the police computer system to say when we arrive on scene, when we close off, I wouldn't know that accurately, but I know it was hours we were out there.
A few hours.
Yes.
And then how did that get wrapped up? I mean, if you're the case agent, how do you wrap it up, send everybody home? How does that work?
Well, like I was explaining earlier, extra detectives came out there once we finished with the canvas, the line search, we start letting people go from the scene and ultimately conclude our involvement, make sure that Mr. Boudreau and whoever else, maybe witnesses or people that were canvassed, have contact information for the detectives, and just make sure we can maintain communication moving forward.
And you had mentioned that contact before. So you had said that you have a special phone for victims to contact you on. Is that correct?
Not just victims, it's my work cell phone, and I'm very open with giving that number. I have been since my start days in CID. Victims, offenders, witnesses, whomever wants my cell phone, they can contact me by text or call.
So you have that separate from your own personal cell phone?
Oh, yes.
And then you had mentioned that you had taken Brandon's cell phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how does that work? Talk me through that.
He completes a consent to search form.
Mhm.
It's a form that describes in detail what we're going to be doing with the device. In a layman's terms, we are making a digital copy of that, the software and all the content on that electronic device. So we turn it over to our digital forensics unit, which is detectives who specialize in this, utilizing their hardware. And we made a copy of his smartphone and it's all the data on it. And we returned it to him as quickly as we could. I do not recall if it was the same night or the next day, but I know it was pretty soon after because that was his primary device to utilize.
Okay. And so what are the logistics of that? You're on the scene, you physically take the phone, you put it in an evidence bag. How does that work?
Yes,
And then how does it get transported to the forensic people?
I transport it. In this case, I believe it was, I can't remember which detective. It was either myself or McDermott. We worked on this case quite a bit in the beginning together, but ultimately brought the phone to our digital detectives.
So within that same day,
Yes.
right? And it just gets turned over in the evidence bag and it's marked and all that?
It was never impounded, so although it's noted to be his and has his contact information in it, the point is to expedite the process. So instead of impounding it and then having to have it pulled out of evidence and then put back in so it could be ultimately returned to the owner, he gave us consent to take it, download it as quickly as possible, and then return it to him.
And then who would be the person who returned that to him physically, the phone?
I don't recall, but I know I turned it back over to him. I believe he came to the police department the next day or shortly thereafter, or even that night. Again, I don't recall, but I know it was turned over to him soon after by a detective.
So he could come pick it up, basically, is what you're saying?
Yes,
You didn't take it back to the house, he came and picked it up?
I believe so.
Okay.
Shall we break there for the evening?
Sure. yeah.
Okay. Members of the jury, tomorrow, please be back and ready to start at 10:15 a.m. 10:15 a.m. Please remember the admonition. We'll be at recess for the evening.
All right, the jury.
This dude is like, I have to come back for another day. She absolutely is torturing everybody. She's a turnaround looking. She's like, gosh. She's like, well, I'm tired after all that. She's like, I'm going to get him.
I told the
I'm
jury
gonna get him.
10:15. I'd like the parties here as close to a little bit after 10 as possible. I don't know if Judge Kemp, who's in here before doing his morning calendar, should be wrapping up by then, but just in case there are things we need to discuss prior to the jury coming in. Anything from the state at this point?
No, Your Honor.
All right, from the defense?
I
All right.
recommend just have some childcare issues. I should be able to get here by 10, but.
That's fine.
Okay.
The other advisory council will be here at 10.
I have 2 morning court matters, but hopefully we should be done.
Okay.
And just to go to where I have early court on the 11th, so obviously we're going to be stuck in there like over here. Let's show what time we're starting on the 11th.
That's Friday?
I know, it's a couple days from now. It's
Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong day. You have what on Wednesday?
I think it's just a CCMC.
Oh.
But sometimes you get stuck in courts and can't get out.
Right. I probably should start drafting up final instructions soon, I would think. So I'll try to get those maybe by tomorrow afternoon, and then I guess we'll go from there. All right, we'll get recess for the evening.
I mean, y'all, he can't get in that little secret door fast enough. I mean, y'all, she knows what she's doing. She knows what she's doing. Y'all, look at me. Look at me. I'm like, this is the judge up there, y'all. Like, you see how I look tired? 100% the judge was like this all the time. And towards the end where he was like this, he was like, you see when he did this right here? Like, it's so funny. I mean, I'm making jokes or whatever, you know, because I mean, I'm not trying to say the judge is unprofessional, but it's like literally, I think even he's just like, this is painful. Like, he barely even tried. Like, when she's like, objects or something or whatever, he's like, it's something or other. What he's like, just shut up and don't say it again. He's like, it doesn't matter at this point. I mean, even what's her name's barely. I just feel like at this point, the jury, they have to be questioning a lot of stuff, but literally, she's so out there with these questions, like it doesn't even make sense, right? It doesn't even make, like, it's so weird. I just think she doesn't care. Like, I think half of her stuff being up there is she's bored and she's punishing everybody. And she's just going on and on and on and on and on. I don't know what to say. So, y'all, let's call it a night. Mods, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being here. Sofa Squad, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being here. We will be streaming again tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be here at the office or at the house, but it doesn't matter. Because we'll be streaming tomorrow again, right? Hopefully they'll reel her in tomorrow, y'all. I mean, come on. So there's that. Everybody have a wonderful evening. A wonderful, if you're going to eat, I gotta go home and eat dinner and do all that and go to bed. So thank y'all. I love you. Let's jam out to Slow Morrison, his little, you know, song for the channel or whatever. Let's do a little palate cleanser, a little sage, a little sage. But that's it. I love y'all. I'll see you in the morning or tomorrow afternoon, our time, maybe morning for somebody else. That's it. I'll talk to y'all.
The pillows are fluff thanks to Miss Emily. The couch is wide enough. Join the family. It's all love while we laugh at Bert's criminalities. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup at hey, hey, hey. Come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough. Oh, please, the puppies need me. Ooh, oh, please, my body is rejecting none of that fancy credential stuff. I'm just here for the cringe binge. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup and hey, hey, hey. Come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough. Oh, please, the puppies need me. Oh, please, my body is rejecting none of that fancy credentialed stuff. I'm just here for the cringe binge. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup that hey, hey, hey. Come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough.